of Belgium to Rwanda, chancellors from different partner universities, Director General, Higher Education Rwanda, principals of the different colleges of the University of Rwanda, heads of partner NGOs and international NGOs who are partners to this great university, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I take this opportunity to welcome you to this first international conference on reshaping education for sustainable development, which is an initiative of the University of Rwanda funded by the Mastercard Foundation, and also take the privilege of welcoming you here today. And you may notice that we are a little bit short of time. Without much, I'll invite the conference convener to Mr. Prof. Wenceslas Nzabarirwa to tell us about why we are here, why he invited us here.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Rwanda, and guests of honor, distinguished guests and delegates, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As a conference convener, it is my great honor and pleasure to warmly welcome you on this first international conference on reshaping education for sustainable development, thinking holistic education for the fourth industrial revolution. This theme of this conference reiterates the role played by education to boost sustainable development. This conference gathers various participants from local and international education organizations, including scholars, academicians, policymakers, educational practitioners, and postgraduate students, in order to bring their expertise and experience together with the prime goals to judge solutions to imposing issues in various countries and communities around the world, and in the education sector in particular. The fourth industrial revolution goes together with the integration of ICT in teaching and learning at all levels of the education system. Teachers can leverage new teaching strategies supported by technology to prepare learners to drive future innovations and shape the world of tomorrow. The implosion of ICT in all aspects of human life, including education, offers opportunities to young and adult learners to learn by themselves and learn better, as they have access to diversified and enriched numerous learning resources, as well as interconnected through modern communication means and social media networks, including Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, WhatsApp, etc. Education in response to the fourth industrial revolution must evolve to support teachers in developing strategies to support individual student potentials and preparing to become successful and useful tomorrow's world. The other key dimension of the conference theme is holistic education, meaning that education should focus not only on the academics, but also on social needs of learners. It should engage learners with all the aspects of their personality, including mind, body, and heart. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am just trying to arouse your curiosity and put you in the mood of the conference. Extensive and deep discussions on holistic education, fourth industrial revolution, and their connections to the enhancement of quality of teaching and learning will be guided today, tomorrow, and after tomorrow by well-informed experts, scientists, and academicians. The 3 days conference embraces keynote speeches, plenary talks, parallel sessions, and poster presentations. The 16 thematic areas of the conference reflect the current trends, recent advances, and new approaches in teaching and learning, or an exciting program at this conference that will allow all of us, participants and delegates, to reflect upon our accomplishments, renew friendships, and extend our networks, and jointly explore current and future research directions. We hope that you will have a productive and fun-filled time at this conference. Personally, I hope that you will very much enjoy it and benefit from it. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I wish to take the opportunity to sincerely thank MasterCard Foundation for funding the activities of Leaders in Teaching Initiative project at the College of Education. MasterCard Foundation has contributed to this and funded this event. The organization of this conference would not have been possible without its financial support. I am also very thankful to United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network in Great Lakes for having closely collaborated with the Leaders in Teaching Initiative program to organize this conference and its financial contribution to make this event happen. Finally, as says a Chinese proverb, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. This is a first step, and we envision to have every year a similar conference on a different theme, unanimously selected, if possible, at the end of this conference. We hope pursuing this journey together. Last but not least, in addition to the exciting program of this conference, you will be able to enjoy the culture and the sights of Kigali, one of the beautiful cities of Africa. I wish you fruitful deliberations, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, conference convener, Prof. Wenceslas. Without a delay, I would like to invite our principal, Dr. Flourier, principal of the University of Rwanda College of Education, where this project is housed. And after that, dear principal, you'll invite the guest after you're done with your speech.
Dear guests of honor, Madam Deputy Vice Chancellor for the University of Rwanda in charge of finance, dear His Excellency the Ambassador of Belgium in Rwanda, dear Director General of Higher Education Council, dear principals from University of Rwanda and from other colleges and universities here present, dear delegates, dear participants, all protocols observed. Good morning once again. It's my pleasure as the principal of the University of Rwanda College of Education to welcome you to this conference. This is the first of the kind, especially after the COVID pandemic that the entire world has faced and which we are successfully facing. This first international conference, as the conference convener has announced, is just the starting. We shall be having events of this kind, especially the similar conference on the rethinking, on the reshaping education for sustainable development on a regular basis. Our choice for this year theme, rethinking holistic education for fourth industrial revolution, reaffirms our deliberate choice to embrace technology as a key catalyst to education transformation. Indeed, such technologies support teaching and learning process, and they equip learners with competences that are requisite to the changing job market. Nowadays, as you know, someone's level of literacy and numeracy is not measured through the quality and the quantity of accumulated knowledge. Rather, these foundational skills, I mean literacy and numeracy, are undoubtedly well expressed through the ability to use computer and internet technologies. As the entire world is recovering from the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic, this conference, I do hope, is an opportunity for educational researchers, practitioners, as well as policy makers to share their experience and insight on the best practice so far adopted, because we have successfully struggled within this pandemic, or yet to be recommended for learning facilitation management and for building and sustaining resilient educational systems. I hold a conviction that this conference provides an excellent forum for deliberation on the new innovations and trends in education. As I said, the COVID pandemic has led us to think that we have to transform the way we offer education and the way we manage the teaching and learning processes. It also provides an opportunity to address some global concerns that in one way or another affect the quality of teaching and learning. It is expected that this gathering of scholars, of researchers, of academicians, of policymakers, industrial experts, and educational professionals will forge new networks and collaborations. It will also renew some bonds, acquaintances among participants, and I hope that it will establish new relationships that will foster effective network in terms of addressing major educational issues. Above all, a gathering of this kind will build long-lasting bonds among a community of practitioners, because I hope that the majority of participants are engaged in education. The University of Rwanda College of Education forum, and to host today this event, which earmarks our commitment to fulfill our goal on quality education and its improvement through research and experience sharing. As I reach the end of my speech, I would like to express my sincere and special thanks to the stakeholders who joined the College of Education to organize this first conference on reshaping education for sustainable development. We are able to hold this event of this magnitude because you, as stakeholders, as participants, you responded positively to our call, to our invitation to come and engage with us academically. My thanks also goes to the members of the organizing and technical committees for their commitment and for their support towards a successful review and availability of information and material which this conference rely on. I hope that the discussions we are going to have for the next 3 days from today and beyond, of course, I hope that the networks that to generate new knowledge, to interrogate our existing knowledge frameworks for the betterment of human conditions through rigorous research and experience sharing. I wish you all a pleasant and a memorable experience, especially those who are visiting our beautiful Rwanda, a country of 1,000 hills, our beautiful Kigali city for the first time. God bless you all. So I'm sorry. My speech took long and I forgot the essential task. I'm very sorry. So, dear guest owner, please, you are most welcome to deliver the opening remarks. Thank you.
Very, very good morning to you all. To my colleague Florier, we are an academic conference. No much protocol is there, so you didn't forget the most important thing. My speech is just a speech, but the best of the work is done by the scientists who are going to be presenting their papers. So, very good morning again to all of you, to all our distinguished guests, Excellence Ambassador of Belgium in Rwanda, Professor Dr. Jean de Groff, Director General of Higher Education Council, to all colleagues from different universities, either in Rwanda or abroad, head of different organizations, head of different delegations coming from different countries, friends of University of Rwanda, all protocol observed. Again, very good morning. First and foremost, we would like to welcome you all to Rwanda and to the University of Rwanda in particular. We also bring you the greetings from our Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Valentine Uwamariya. She would have wished to be with you, but she has another pressing matter at this moment. On a special note, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to you all for having accepted our invitation to attend this first international conference on reshaping education for sustainable development under the theme of rethinking holistic education for the fourth industrial revolution. Today, we are at the mindset of the fourth industrial revolution that affects businesses and economies in ways that we never thought before. If we are going to the laws of the universities as transformative spaces. As actors in this space, we also should consistently interrogate what kind of research we generate, with who, with whom, and for who, and for what. For far too long, universities has been held as candles of groundbreaking innovations in science, businesses, technology, engineering, healthcare, entrepreneurship, and other disciplines. On a few occasions, universities have also been criticized for being little detached from those to whom we owe so much. Those who are less privileged and unfortunate to understand the complex knowledge systems we create. We should be alert to avoid this latter situation. As scholars, researchers, academicians, educational practitioners, development partners in education sector in Rwanda and beyond, and also policymakers, we should have the urgency to conduct groundbreaking scientific research, but bound by ethics of care, ethics of fairness and acceptance, of critique and humility. I'm repeating again, humility. By embracing all this in our research work, we create sustainable futures for the mankind. The theme of this conference is aligned to Rwanda's Vision 2050, to the SDG 4 targets, which we share as a globe, especially the target 4.7, and I quote, by 2030, ensure that all learners acquire the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, including, among others, through education for sustainable development and sustainable lifestyles, human rights, gender equality, promotion of a culture of peace and nonviolence, global citizenship, and appreciation of cultural diversity and culture's contribution to sustainable development. It is therefore imperative that innovative education and research strategies are divided to adequately prepare the current and future generations to proactively confront such challenges. To our guests, ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that one of the most important paths to sustainable development in Africa and elsewhere in the world is high quality education. Therefore, conferences like this one provide a forum for the exchange of ideas, experiences, and best practices regarding ways to enhance the quality of education for sustainable development. I challenge every one of us to use this forum to establish and strengthen professional networks, share innovative practices in teacher education, and rekindle our energies to venture into the unknown. For Albert Einstein once said, if we knew what it was, where we are going, it would not be called research, would it be? During this conference, may you find that person who is going to challenge you to boldly engage in the kind of research you have previously avoided because you thought it was so challenging. We take this opportunity to congratulate the University of Rwanda, particularly the College of Education, Principal Florien and your colleagues, thank you so much for organizing this important conference. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to all our partners, especially those ones who provided the means and resources to be able to do this conference. I would mention a few, but of course I know we have different partners, starting with the MasterCard Foundation for funding the activities under the project called Leaders in Teaching Initiative, which is a project in the College of Education. I also like to thank the SDSN, that's an abbreviation for it, but it normally stands as United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, particularly the Great Lakes chapter, for also having contributed to organization of this conference. Special thanks goes to the University of Rwanda, where we all come from, for all the contribution that it provided. We deeply thank the keynote speakers. People are going to chair different sessions. As I said, this is an academic or scientific conference, so the major important work was done by the scientists, and it's gonna be the whole week full of different activities. So we thank all the speakers, the chairs of the sessions, the panelists, the participants, and all our participants for honoring our invitations. We have colleagues from different parts of the world. I want to thank you all for having accepted our invitation and traveled to be with us in this conference in Kigali. With these remarks, I declare on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Education and on behalf of my Vice Chancellor, because I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor, to open this, to open the conference and wish you fruitful deliberations. Again, have a wonderful conference. Enjoy your stay in our beautiful capital of Kigali, and also enjoy everything that Rwanda has to offer. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Are we there? Yeah, thank you so much, DVC. Thank you for your, great remarks. And if I picked anything from your speech, is that even with groundbreaking scientific research, may we never, or may we always uphold the ethics of care, ethics of critique, ethics of justice, and that humility. And if I can remember my little French, there's something that goes like la science à conscience n'est que l'une de l'âme. I think it is something similar to that. So we're going to head on to the next presenter. It was meant to be for the country director, if I may, for the MasterCard Foundation, but we gladly have Isabella, who is going to do the presentation. I believe that the ICT team has the presentation already, possibly, and we're trying to make sure that we don't lose any minute in the transitions. Thank you so much, Isabella. You're welcome. That is for her or for me who is going down?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, welcome and good morning. My name is Isabelle Busa, and I'm the program lead at the MasterCard Foundation for Education and Skills. I'm here representing our country director, Mrs. Rika Rwigamba, who sends her warm regards and her apologies because she was not able to make it today. So today I'll be taking you through a presentation to share a bit more about the MasterCard Foundation and our work to date. So once you are ready, tech team, please share the slides, and I will begin the presentation. I'll just give it a minute. I'm not sure if I might have to just go ahead and present without the slides. So bear with us. Thank you. All right. So many of you have heard of the Leaders in Teaching initiative. The Leaders in Teaching initiative was established in 2018, which was actually when MasterCard Foundation started its operations in Rwanda with two flagship programs. The first is Hanga Hazaza. Some of you may have heard also of Hanga Hazaza, which is a program around boosting tourism and hospitality sector in the country. And the other is Leaders in Teaching, which has the aim of improving pre-service and in-service quality of education in the country. So the two programs are really linked to the charitable objectives of the foundation, which are to advance learning and to increase and promote financial inclusion. And so to just speak a bit more about Leaders in Teaching and how Leaders in Teaching came about. So Leaders in Teaching was really as a response to two main challenges that we saw in the education sector. One of them being low teacher retention and also high student dropout. And so really focusing on the remote areas in Rwanda, specifically 14 lit districts, is where the foundation partnered with the government of Rwanda and other key stakeholders to really support teachers, but really following the entire life cycle of the teacher. So Leaders in Teaching rests on 4 pillars, beginning with recruit. So when you think of the teacher life cycle, it starts with recruitment of teachers, then training of the teacher, followed by school leadership, and then retaining, so motivation. So those 4 pillars. So our partnership with the University of Rwanda College of Education has many different activities, and the focus is really to strengthen the quality of pre-service teacher training, including needs-based training for academic staff to effectively implement the competency-based curriculum, and as well as piloting new practicum opportunities and strengthening the integration of ICT in teaching and learning. And the final one, which is most important, especially for today's event, is really supporting academic staff to strengthen their research skills through tailored training, academic exchange, and opportunities to access competitive funding to undertake research. Sorry. So for some of you, you've seen MasterCard Foundation supporting University of Rwanda, not just with the College of Education, but also with the Scholars Program and an e-learning initiative that we also have. But today's presentation is really going to be more about the relationship that we have and the partnership we've built with the College of Education. So we have key achievements to date. And again, this is not the most updated slide, so I would need the more updated one. Just give me a moment so that I can see be able to share the specific achievements to date. Again, give me a moment. Sorry, Nicola. While we wait for that specific section, because it's very, very important, let me maybe speak to our future, so our roadmap. So during the pandemic, we realized that the 2 areas where that we had focused on, the foundation had been focused on, which is tourism and hospitality and education, these 2 sectors were the ones that were most strongly hit. And so we went through a period within the foundation where we had to rethink and reimagine. And the reimagine exercise, what emerged from that is different sectors that we are now interested in really investing in. Another thing that emerged is a clear vision and a clear strategy for how we want to engage in future partnerships in the country. One of the things that really drives us, actually the core, is really solving the youth unemployment challenge, the youth unemployment crisis in Rwanda. And we have a goal of enabling 300,000 young people, 70% of them women, in dignified and fulfilling jobs by 2030. I think we deserve a hand clap for that. of course, that's not going to be the MasterCard Foundation alone. This is going to be a journey that we walk on with all the key stakeholders that we have in this room and others. So I will come back to that, but now that I have the program achievements to date for the University of Rwanda College of Education Partnership, let me share those. So the first is that we have 161 lecturers that have been trained to supervise practicum activities. We've been able to train 842 school-based attachment mentors to support and mentor student teachers on the practicum. We have over 6,000 pre-service teachers that have conducted practicum activities in secondary schools countrywide, 6,000, as well as 2 multifunctional smart classrooms. So if you go to the University of Rwanda College of Education, there are 2 state-of-the-art multifunctional smart classrooms, as well as a digital media unit and a micro-teaching laboratory. And this is really in an effort to support improvement in teaching and learning using ICT. And will definitely add value to pre-service teachers' preparedness for their teaching profession, especially in this new decade, new era that we're in, which is also known as the 4th Industrial Revolution. The other thing is that over 100 laptops have been purchased for URCE lecturers. We've also installed ICT teaching tools for Computer Science Education Lab, resource library for undergraduates, and these tools have improved internet connectivity at the college. We also have a resource room for students with disabilities and a lecture room. And of course, to build institutional capacity, and this again is linked to this conference, 10 grants were given to URCE academic staff to boost their research interest. And this conference is actually a great opportunity to disseminate the research findings. Now going back to what I was mentioning earlier on our roadmap and the road to 2030, the foundation is really believing that the way to get to 300,000 jobs is going to be through MSMEs and through entrepreneurship. So that's really the backbone of our strategy. So we have we've identified 2 specific sectors where the jobs will be coming from, and that's agriculture and tourism and hospitality. Of course, these sectors will not be able to create the jobs that we are believing will come from the MSMEs and through entrepreneurship without a strong digital economy or a strong education and skills base. So education and skills and digital economy are looked at as the enabler sectors to generate these jobs. To focus a bit more on education and skills, so leaders in teaching will continue to live on as part of this new strategy, as part of our education and skills strategy. And within the education and skills strategy, the outcome is that young people have the 21st century skills, industry relevant, and are able to really participate in the labor market. In addition to leaders in teaching and improving the quality of teaching, we also will be focusing on strengthening TVET and improving the linkages to work. We will also be working on enhancing entrepreneurship education at secondary level, enhancing career guidance, ensuring girls are choosing STEM, and also focusing as well on out-of-school youth and making sure that they're developing the soft skills and the leadership skills, the fluency in English or French, or the languages that really open up to opportunities and agency through informal education. So I will stop there. It looks like the slides came up. I didn't realize that. But thank you so much for your kind attention. And I'm happy to discuss more during the rest of this conference. And congratulations again to the College of Education. We are very proud of the partnership that we have with URCE and with all the other stakeholders present. And we look forward to continuing in the future. Thank you.
How about we give another round of applause to Isabella? Yes. Yeah, you don't get to present so much in so little a time, so that was really good. And just to reassure you, the slides came when you first started, so we are following up perfect. So thank you so much. We have the next presentation by the chair SDN, the network that you earlier were told about. So may we invite again our DVC, this time in a different framework as a chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mike. Isabella, thank you so much for the wonderful presentation, but also I would like to again thank the MasterCard Foundation for partnership. She kept talking about LEAD project, but as she said, we have also quite a very big scholars program with MasterCard Foundation, so thank you so much for the presentation and for the support as well. I'm just going to have this presentation. Initially, this was my role for this conference. So stepping in as the guest of honor was a request that came after. Go to the next presentation, please. The next slide. Thank you. So Sustainable Development Solutions Network was launched back 2012 by Ban Ki-moon, who was the Secretary General of United Nations by then. So it's led by Professor Jeffrey Sachs, whom we all know, I suppose, especially academics who read and cite him quite a lot. So the purpose of the SDSN was to mobilize scientific and technical expertise from academia, civil society, and the private sector for solutions-oriented solving problems. So it's quite a platform that really links academia, civil society, businesses, to be able to come up with the solutions for the most critical challenges that our world is facing today. So, next. What is the mission of SDSN? Generally, we promote integrated approaches to implement the Sustainable Development Goals, but also the Paris Agreement on Climate Change. We do it through education, research, policy analysis, and global cooperation. So it's basically, as I said, to link all the partners to be able to respond to the most critical challenges of our today's world. Next slide. So that map, you see, it shows the regional and national SDSNs in plurals. So we have regional networks as well as the national networks. As I said, ours is for the Great Lakes region, and it covers a number of countries I'm going to present in the next slide. But particularly the map you see in front of you, go back to the map, The SDSN work is organized around 3 priorities: the national and the regional SDSNs. For the national ones, it's particularly to focus on the national issues within the country where you are. For the regional issues, as where you are within the region, there are also particular challenges that you face as a region, so the SDSN comes in to be able to tackle them. It's also, we are also being organized under research and policy tools, being academics coming from universities, coming from the institutes that do research. We are supposed to be guiding the policymakers, but also providing tools to the policymakers to be able to implement and solve different challenges that we face. We do have what we call SDG Academy, so it's quite a very important academy. The courses and the modules, they are offered online. So it particularly helps different, not only academics, but also anyone who is interested to be able to learn quite how can be able to implement the Sustainable Development Goals, what are the policies we need, what are the tools we need, what are the initiatives you need. So it's quite open, and I would encourage every one of us to be able to join the SDG Academy. You just select the module or the course you want to take, and then you enroll into that module. You follow it up wherever you are globally so that you can be able to learn. It doesn't really stop anyone to join and be able to interact. SDSN supports the implementation of SDGs at a local level, national and global scales, in collaboration with the UN agencies, multilateral financing institutions, the private sector, governments, as well as civil societies. So as I said, because this is an initiative under UN, so we collaborate with everyone, trying to bring all the partners together so that we can have solutions to different challenges globally. The next slide now goes to the particular aspects of the Great Lakes region. So the network for the Great Lakes region was launched back 2014. That's when it was launched. It covers the countries and the territories. We cover Angola, Burundi, Central African Republic, Congo, then Democratic Republic of Congo. We cover Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, South Sudan, Sudan, Tanzania, as well as Zambia. So those are the countries under our networks of SDSN. The universities coming from these different countries, as well as research institutes. So next. So you can see we have gone beyond just the Great Lakes region, which we are normally familiar with. The next slide is how universities do engage in the SDGs, because that's always the critical question people are asking us. People from the university, you just to do research, you produce papers. Sometimes they criticize us that we do research for the sake of being promoted from a senior lecturer to a professor to a number of things. And then we write very good papers, but they end up gathering dust on the shelves. So how do we do this relevantly and in a practical sense? I would start with the first part. How do the SDGs help to the universities? We increase the demand for the SDG-related education. So that's our primary role, to make sure that even people know what SDGs are. It's not just a UN thing, or it's not just a government thing, or civil society, but we also have to make sure that we do this, increase the demand and awareness to include the SDGs in our curricula and also discuss about them. To provide a comprehensive and globally accepted definition of responsible university. So when we say responsible university, we have to make sure that our universities are quite relevant. Again, as I said, sometimes we are being criticized to be much more a bit outside of what is going on and trying to write good papers for different reasons, which are very important, but not as linked or critically linked to the global issues and global challenges. So we have to make sure that we really clearly define what a responsible university is. To offer a framework for demonstrating impact. So I think maybe the next panel, including the Director General for Higher Education, one of the things she's always saying, what is the impact do your research make? So if we have 11 campuses in University of Rwanda across the country, so if someone, a citizen, a local citizen deep down there in Busogo, it's the northern province, how do you link the research that we are doing in the northern province to the particular people who are there? Our College of Education, which is in eastern province, Rukara, so how do we link the lives there vis-a-vis the research we do and the impact we make? Creating new funding streams. We have to make sure that our funding streams are quite relevant vis-a-vis the global issues. The way research used to be funded 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 20 years ago, people are just now rethinking how do we fund differently, because world issues now are changing, are very complex, and they are changing day and night. So we don't need to stay as just the usual way of funding, but also creating new ways of funding streams. Support collaboration with external and internal partners. We also have to make sure that we stay connected. We stay connected because the relevancy goes with impact, but also it goes with how much you are connected, and also your work is interlinked with other things that are going on around you. So partly that was for number one. Number two, how do universities help now the SDGs? We provide the knowledge, innovations, and the solutions to the SDGs. Today we are all stressed in terms of saying climate change issues. We see them, we live them. We ask our governments to do more. We ask the civil society to do more. We ask UN to do more. But where do we stand as universities? Do we provide solutions? Do we provide innovations? And then we say, as much as we put pressure to our respective leaders, but these are the solutions at the table, these are the things we want you to work on. So that's our role. That's our role, to provide the knowledge, innovations, as well as to the solutions to the SDGs. Create current and future SDGs implementers. These are the global issues. We're going to live with them for quite some time. But how do we make sure that we create future implementers to make sure that it's continuous? We don't solve a problem once and for all and then we stop. We have to demonstrate how to support, adopt, and implement SDGs in governance, operations, and culture. We have different cultures wherever we come from, different ways of dealing with things in our respective countries, universities, and everywhere. But some of these issues are quite global. How do we make sure that they are quite integrated in our cultures, in our ways of doing things, in our governance structures, so on and so forth? Develop cross-sectoral leadership to guide the SDGs responses. As we all know, these are global issues. They can only be solved when we work together. So how do we make sure that among all the sectors we create the linkages and sectoral, cross-sectoral initiatives in terms of making sure that we are well led in all different initiatives we are undertaking to make sure that we guide a comprehensive and coordinated response to implement the SDGs. The next slide, please. So that slide shows the interconnectedness I was talking about, how universities can contribute to the SDGs. There is research, there is education, there is operations and governance, there is external leadership. So all these links are connected, and I have deeply discussed about them, that we have a critical role to play to making sure that we bring every partners, every contributors, and everyone around us, so that we make sure that we provide coordinated solutions to be able to tackle the global challenges. Next. So what are different steps to do the integration processes to make sure that we are all integrated in the usual systems of universities? Because when we say these are the global issues, they don't stop us from teaching the usual logarithm, mathematics, or whatever we are teaching, but how do we integrate them to become normal ways of doing things without making them much more complicated? Because academics, we are always criticized to complicate things, even the simple ones. Map what we are doing already, map them to know what is being done, build capacity and ownership of the SDGs among ourselves as academics. We also have to identify priorities, opportunities, and what are the gaps. Then integrate, implement, and embed the SDGs in our curricula. Because when we identify priorities, we know that these are my list of priorities. There's a number 1, there's a number 2, there's a number 3, there's a number 4, and then we create ways of integrating them, but also implement them in a holistic way. Lastly, the last step is to monitor, evaluate, and communicate what we do. So when we are doing all this, we have to make sure that it's well communicated, it's also evaluated, and we take stock of what have we achieved, what have we missed, what went well, what went wrong, so that the next activity we can do it better or improve or respond adequately. But also we have to communicate in a simple language that even a citizen in different parts where we operate our universities can understand what we are doing. Because communication is critical. You can do a good paper, you cite very good scientists, but when it comes to the communication to the stakeholders, but also the beneficiaries, it becomes much more complicated. When I say communication particularly, it's quite very strong when it comes to the College of Education, because whatever we do in the College of Education, it's all about communication. So those are the few slides I wanted to share in terms of the work the SDSN is about, but also I want to thank particularly all the colleagues who work within the University of Rwanda. Thank you so much.
Well, a round of applause to our colleague. Yeah, thank you so much for listening through very well. We have slight changes, but we're trying to keep as much as possible to what we planned. We're going to have a panel. It's a panel from your program. It's called Africa Reshaping Education for Sustainable Development. I'll invite, I say your name, you get humbly invited to take your seat. I'll invite the moderator first, Professor Dr. Jan de Groof, President of the European Association for Education, Law and Policy. Please be invited to, and now that you're the moderator, you take the central seat. I'll invite Dr. Rose Mukangomeje, Director General HEC. I'll invite Dr. Florier, Principal College of Education, and then Dr. Ben Alexandre, UNESCO, and then Mr. Tom Nambara, Enabel. I want to make sure that everyone is around. Can I invite Mr. Herbert Kagabo? Are you in the room? Thank you so much. Yeah, the tech team, the light is a bit of an inconvenience to the people in front, so if you may reorient the lights, if you may. Yeah, thank you so much. My grandmother used to say, brief is good. He used to say it in another language, and I think that kind of saying cross-cuts even here. Now that we are caught with time, and that is to the moderator. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you so much. Well, if we can start immediately, because friends, colleagues, brothers and sisters with a passion and fascination for education, education policy, education rights, sustainability, and the future. This conference, the preparation of this conference started from SDSN perspectives, Grand Lac, Great Lakes, and Belgium, 5 years ago. Can you imagine? Pre-COVID, before Corona. Grand Lac and Belgium gathered, and we proposed a cooperation on what about the future and what about the role of education. Thanks so much for our friends and colleagues of SDSN Great Lakes. We did a wonderful job. And thanks for the cooperation with University of Rwanda. Highly appreciated that we can broaden and deepen the agenda and cooperation with academics, practitioners all over the place. What does affect the most the future of citizens? Whatever their age, whatever their cultural background, location, what affects the most the future of society, societies and communities within society? What is the main factor of implementing SDGs as such? SDG 4, the right to inclusive quality education for all and lifelong learning. And I'm that happy that talking in 2018 with Jeffrey Sachs, Columbia University, I asked him, well, Jeffrey, if you have to answer the question, painful, what's now the most important SDG? What should you answer? And he was hesitating, and I argued, well, it is SDG 4. Let us call it the mother SDGs for all other SDGs. And I'm that so happy, so proud that he used the idea of mother SDG in his official closing session in one of the international conferences on SDGs. Yeah, it's all about the future. It's all about education and the role of education. And so your role as innovators and as responsibles within the education sector for society is a question of care, a question of critical approaches, a question of modesty, and a question of, definitely, of the future. We planned other moments for this session, so I'm so sorry for some changes, but I'm so happy that we could invite the panel members also without the keynote of Dr. Quentin Waudon, the chief personality in UNESCO world on building capacity on research and education for Africa, the chief economist of World Bank, teaches at several universities, and is giving a speech this afternoon. So be still here at 2 o'clock, please. After the break will be a little bit shorter, if the master of ceremony agrees. But we need your critical comments also for the keynote of Quentin, who will focus on the future of education for Africa. And may I be critical and self-critical that I'm doing this also on many other places worldwide. So we will not fulfill the 2030 goals in education in several continents of the world. For Africa, let me be very, based on the statistics, the data of the monitoring reports, the universal completion of primary education will not be fulfilled before 2080 in sub-Saharan Africa. the universal completion of secondary education in Northern Africa is planned for 2082. And in Southern, in Sub-Sahara region for secondary education, it will be not before 2100. 2100. This is dramatic. This is unacceptable. For that reason, we have to welcome the strong discourse from the international community, from research, from civil society, on monitoring, on a culture of accountability, on fair legislation, on innovation, technology, and on many other things we have to debate right now. So we could refer, but no time, we could refer to the Global Education Summit, to the Transforming Education Summit, who will prepare the meetings in New York 2025, 2024. There is a sense of urgency, and that is exactly what we ask the panel members to comment. We do propose a couple of questions on their fundamental ideas dealing with the future for education. And one of the first questions I wanted to raise to the honorable panel members is, what are the top strategic priorities on education for 2030? The top strategic priorities on education for 2030, and how to reach and implement them. Second, what has in concreto to be done on the very short term, 2023, 2025, concerning monitoring, legislation, planning, finance, investment. Next, how can technology, artificial intelligence, and innovation contribute to the fulfillment of education rights and SDG 4? And again, we could refer to so many international conferences and research evidence, but how we will do it in concreto, in real terms, here in this region. And last, know that friend of mine, Nobel Prize winner Dubi, she's an activist in Liberia, human rights activist, Nobel Prize. She answered the question last year in our conference in Brazil. Peace does not just mean absence of war, but also includes fulfillment of equal opportunities, especially in the education sector. So last question could be how to cope with the inequality gap, one of the other aspects of crisis. We are living a poly-crisis, different crises, among them an education crisis, and the inequality gap is definitely one of the internationally taken one of the big challenges for the future. What measures have to be taken to guarantee the de facto equal education opportunities, especially for the most vulnerable, mentally and physically handicapped, and their special education needs? So I guess we cannot cover all aspects in detail, but we will be really honored and highly appreciate if the panel members will focus on those aspects. For them and for their agenda is one of the most crucial and vital issues for the future. And we are honored indeed to have a very prominent panel. We will debate, we comment, and we are particularly happy that Dr. Rose is among us with us. You know her. She's a prominent hero on environmental management, as you do know. She's combining sustainability and education for a very long time as the leading lady on higher education. Thank you so much, Dr. Rose, being with us. You have the floor.
Everybody, and happy to be here, but I was expecting to react on the keynote presented by the person we were expecting. So now we have got some questions. And I think after VC Deputy Vice Chancellor presentation, from my side, the work is almost easy. Because this SDG, the question you have talked about, what is the most important one? When I was in environment, I was always pledging for sustainability. And when you look at all of them, they are interrelated, interconnected. So, but for me now, from where I am, I'm preaching for my chapel. Education is the backbone of everything.
Yes.
You cannot implement other SDGs if you are not educated, if you don't have tools, if you don't have the minimum knowledge. And I'm scared when I'm hearing what is going to happen around this implementation or achieving targets planned by those who are leading us. Frankly speaking, why? What is missing for Africa? I think things have changed. We cannot continue to talk about equity. We cannot continue to talk about human rights. Yes, we have rights to live. You have rights to this. But when you look at what is happening in this world, some people have been well trained. They are producing gangs, and gangs are killing developing countries, poor people. Look at what is happening in our neighbor countries. If you look at where, but maybe this time, what is happening in Europe is not good also. It demonstrates that human being is the same all over the world. So it is not saying it is good, but what I'm saying, we have people are educated, they're trying to produce all those arms which are killing people, and instead of producing what can help Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, can help Rwanda to achieve universal education, to achieve inclusive education. So money spent on all these things. Maybe I'm not here to judge, but this is the reality. So you have raised some questions. SDG number 4 for me is very important. We never ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promotes lifelong learning opportunities for all. We have seen what Corona have done. This is why we're having this conference 4 years later. We cannot continue to keep this definition of SDG number 4. According to me, it has to be reviewed. If the whole UN has sit down and they have agreed on the targets, and we have seen what has happened during the COVID pandemic, maybe this small virus also has demonstrated nobody is vaccinated. Maybe the way you are dealing with it depends on how we are prepared. But when somebody is dying in the Philippines, another one in Norway, another one in Rwanda, another one, this small virus killing all over the world, it demonstrates, but we need to be more and more friendly, more to have this way of living together. So what I'm saying, in the context of Rwanda, Rwanda has done a lot. I'm not here sitting on behalf of government. I'm somebody in implementation. But all planning exercise in this country, we are ending our national strategy for transformation, which is going to end very soon. We plan around SDGs. We plan around our vision, and education is a pillar. Maybe what you are saying, We have our basic education, pre-primary, primary, secondary. We have putting a lot of effort in TVET level and higher education. And education is a cycle. You train primary and you arrive at the university. And those who graduate from the university have to go back. So if the chain is broken somewhere, there the problems are. We cannot have a good student in higher education if the person has not been trained very well at all levels. But if we have to wait for 2,100 in order to achieve that, where are you going to be? So, which is very, very crucial. So I've said we are looking at the global part. We look at the regional. Global are those SDGs. We plan around the regional. Africa we want, 2063. Those are, we have the targets there. We look at the local context. And of course, after the national strategy for transformation, we go to the sectors and we look, how can we do that? How are we going to achieve Vision 2050? And I hope Rwanda will be there with the effort we are doing. But when you look at this pandemic, the impact, not only the education, all sectors, corners have been affected. So which means we have to rethink. So what you are saying, what do we see as something which is very key these days? I think our role is to achieve what is planned in our national strategy for transformation. This is the guiding principle in education. We have to make sure that all kids in pre-primary, we are increasing the number of schools in pre-primary, early childhood. This is a big component. I think I have seen some development partners working around these targets. Primary access to all. Of course, inclusive and those who have handicaps. I was watching TV this last evening. And those who are disabled, they are requesting to be more involved in education to make sure also they are part and parcel of this. So my proposal, my suggestion at Rwanda is to make sure that all of us, we work around what the government has planned. I've seen the good presentation on this network, but maybe I would request to see them more active in contributing efficiently on what has been planned. Our country has this sector, in order to make sure that we achieve the education for fourth revolution. Where are we in this fourth revolution? This country, like this part of the world we are, how our students are having tools, computer, internet, electricity, all those issues. In the rural area during the COVID pandemic, you have seen how it is affecting us. But I think a lot of it is done. Rwanda has opened doors to private sector, and they are enrolling more than 60% for the total student in higher education, but you have also to make sure quality is there. It is not only to open, because private education is very expensive. In developed countries, in Europe, the country we are coming from, it is part and parcel of the social part. Mm-hmm. In America, in UK, it is very expensive. It's costly. Mm-hmm. And here, if somebody is opening a private higher learning institution, the person goes to the bank to get a loan, the loan is paid by the student. So there is a compromise between the quantity of students trained and the quality you are going to get. And as an institution responsible for quality, it is very, very challenging. very challenging. And when you look at this context, how are we going to be? I think also, let us be frank. The developed world, the population is going to be reduced and reduced. I think this is a reality. And our African people, they are going there and they are dying. Desert, Mediterranean, all over the world. So how can we be fair? And so this world, we are here and we are going to leave this world. Whatever happens, we live. But how can we make sure that this collaboration and even good targets we are putting in place, we implement them? So the Higher Education Council, responsible for quality assurance, is very, very crucial for us to make sure that these are increasing. We have seen those statistically very recently. The increase of people in this country being admitted and finalize the university, very, very little, even if we have increased a little bit, but because it is very expensive. And I'm sometimes also questioning developing partners. They are in basic. Supporting higher education, it is a luxe. It is considered as a luxe. Why? Why? This is also a question. I'm just giving it to you. Yes, MasterCard is trying to do Pactful, but where are these development? Money spent in education is mostly coming from World Bank. It is a loan. It is not a grant. Most of the money, so why? You will see many people, they are going to climate change, yes. They are going to put money in planting trees, maybe in infrastructure, they will try to assist. But somebody will come, plant trees, construct a road. But when it comes to study to be conducted, the study is done by experts from the north. Money goes back. I'm talking to my colleagues here in universities. Money goes back. Where are you? Where are you? Why are you not putting your effort in research? My colleagues at UR, because they are the ones I know very well, they do consultants independently. They don't like to work as a team. Why? UR has got privilege to have a certain independence. The reason for that was to help you to make money. You are not going to go to Ministry of Finance, so this and this, you have your own way of. Impactful, yes. If we want sustainable development, if we wanted to achieve sustainable development goals, including education, things have to be done by us. Knowledge transfer is needed, but it has to stay at home. So your questions, strategies for education 2030, our ministry is developing, is reassessing where we stand, what are the challenges. Many times we know the challenges, maybe we don't have response, because responses are coming from the pocket. If you have money, you can buy expert. You can, not only for teaching or whatever, even constructing roads. So we are busy trying to look where we are, but maybe my colleagues know very well, because we are going to end our national strategy for transformation next year, we are busy developing another plan, which is very good, because we don't work in a vacuum. But also I would like to recall here, before I stop, we need a dialogue, collaboration between academia and policymakers. Because the policymakers, they are the ones who are thinking where we want it to be. So they need your inputs. inputs from researchers, inputs from, because what you are going to produce is going to be, you have to inform policy decisions. And policy decisions are informed from research, from assessment, and then we act. Otherwise, as I said, education is the backbone because we build based on that. After genocide in 1994, it was completely destroyed the country. Human infrastructure, but people sit together, they put policies were implemented. But I think at this juncture, we have to come back and see how academia, how can you, sometimes I joke, if I ask you, what are the targets under NST1? All those people sitting here under SDG number 4, most of us, most of you, you don't know. You know your curriculum, what you are teaching, but how do you link them to the reality on the ground in order to transform them? I thank you. Let me stop here.
Thank you so much. Excellent. You made a quite relevant combination between inclusion, inclusive education, inclusion, probably the most important crucial term of SDG 4, inclusion. And on the other side, the capacity of innovation, quality of add and of research at the service of society. Thank you so much, Dr. Rose. May I quickly go now to Dr. Florian, the principal of the Faculty of Education of this wonderful University of Rwanda. Principal.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, Dejiros, for your insights and feedback to the questions. I think the questions are more relevant, but they are more related to policy making than maybe to implementation. I'm saying this because, of course, like Dejiros has said, we are implementing agencies of policy makers. Of course, as a College of Education, whatever we do as part of teaching and as part of research is aligned first aligned to our national agenda, because we have to contribute to achieving our national agenda. So she has mentioned national strategy for transformation. That was an agenda for 7 years, which is expiring in next year. And of course, we extend our scope of intervention to other global agenda. That's why, for instance, what we do in terms of developing a curriculum and the research is responding to the expectation and requirements of SDGs. And as College of Education, we focus on SDG number 4, of course, ensuring quality education for all. And what is quality education? Of course, it is a subjective concept, because everyone here can have indicators of that quality, but of course we may judge that our quality of education is at a given level based, of course, on the resources that we put in the process. So I will not be very, very wrong, but I will say that, for instance, as a College of Education, we focus on training teachers that are going, of course, to support mainly secondary education. So if, for instance, I reflect on that, and I will quickly link with how we integrate technology, and in this era of artificial intelligence. Training a teacher in this era, because a teacher is that one who is going to help to fulfill the expectation of the policy makers and achievement of this global and national agenda. We ensure that we equip our teachers with necessary competences. There are hard competences in terms of content that we help them to learn, but we also put an emphasis on soft skills. As a teacher, interpersonal skills is very, very important. How do I relate to my colleague? How do I relate to my class? This is very, very important. As a teacher, we ensure that we keep them with values, because a teacher is expected to be a role model. So it is very important that our teacher demonstrate that they possess those values, ethics, as we have said. Of course, as researchers, we have to have ethics, but as professionals in education, also we have to be bound to that ethics to be able to be a role model. So apart from that, of course, ICT skills, ICT integration in education is very, very important. But what we see nowadays with this technology-driven era is that the technologies that the youth, for instance, is using is not necessarily learned at school. There is kind of peer learning and self-study through which youth can get those necessary IT skills. If I take you back, for instance, ICT is a medium through which we can access knowledge. You all use Google, you all use Wikipedia, and very recently through advanced artificial intelligence, there are other, if I can say them, media or applications, ChatGPT, whereby, for instance, a student may not attend a class, but may be the best to answer to the questions, to score highest in assignment, because he has used that tool of artificial intelligence, which is able to receive a question and try to retrieve available information and make a feedback. So here I'm making an emphasis that despite this era which is dominated by those technologies, we appreciate that they come to support learning, but they will never substitute a teacher. Now, if, for instance, we share that profession of teaching, how do we reshape our profession whereby we have to train the minds of our students, to train the skills like critical thinking, analytical thinking. I'm saying this because if, for instance, a student is taking an answer from the ChatGPT or other technology, then they will not demonstrate those skills, critical thinking, teamwork, where students, are called to work together, to reflect together, to co-create knowledge. How do we assist our students to co-create knowledge, despite, of course, the support that they can get from Wikipedia and other media where they can pick up some piece of knowledge. I am not giving you an answer to that question, but I'm raising that concern that as a teacher, don't be dominated by those technology, rather integrate them wisely and ensure that you are training future citizens who are able to drive the socio-economic transformation. There is another question that has been raised on providing equal opportunities for every group of persons, especially those vulnerable groups. Of course, we can categorize them, and there are many, but Universal Rwanda, especially our College of Education, is leading in terms of inclusion and learning. We have a school of inclusive and special needs education where we try to support learners presenting different disabilities, can be physical, can be emotional, all type of disability. And through our experience, for instance, we have been receiving learners with vision impairment, acute, moderate. We try to have some modest resources so that we can integrate those students and help them, of course, to succeed in the society. But we think also that what we do is still modest, and we have a long way to really ensure that disability and learning is well catered for, especially in terms of raising awareness among learners themselves, but among ourselves as professionals, because education is a right. If we don't support those who are most vulnerable to access that right, then we will not be doing things in the right way. And in terms of pedagogy, we try also to be sensitive in terms of the pedagogy that we implement to support learning. You know that in higher education, we have to also work on imbalance that is there between females and males. That's why we advocate, and through partnerships with our stakeholders, for gender responsive pedagogy. How do we ensure that through the teaching and learning process, everyone is actively involved? So we have that mandate, and of course in this platform, we are advocating for that pedagogy, gender responsive pedagogy, where every learner, irrespective of their background, irrespective of their gender, they have to be part of the teaching and learning process so that they can be empowered, and later on they become citizens that can contribute to the achievement of national and global agenda. In terms of collaborating with the region, we do quite a lot with regional universities, especially through our Center of Excellence. We have a good network from different universities, and through support of, for instance, examination of our student works, we extend our network even beyond the continent, in Europe, in the USA. So I'm saying this because we can't achieve what we are able to achieve in a resource-constrained environment in terms of material resources, human resources, without involving everyone. That's why even we expect a lot from this gathering, that new networks will be established to contribute to the common agenda. Thank you very much. I hope I didn't take much time, and I raised some concerns which take your interest. Thank you.
Thank you. I was planning to invite you to conclude, but you did it yourself, so you made my life easier. Thank you so much indeed. Quite excellent also. So you focused on the learning loss, the educational crisis, the COVID-19 challenged educators, challenged school principals, changed the education system, inviting technology, innovation to be a part of the answer on how to cope with the learning loss. Quite happy that you also focused on the so-called soft capacities, but they are so hard and so crucial, so vital for the future of the whole education system. Quite happy also that you focused on the teachers. Do you know that there is an international research on the top questions for parents? What do concern the most in education, the parents? First, equality and quality, and the profession of the teachers. We have definitely to invest time and energy and money in the profession of teachers, as partly is done here in this country, but still to cope with for the future. And I was also particularly happy. I'm living now, as last year, 3 months in Rwanda, visiting schools, particularly special schools for vulnerable kids, mentally affected and physically handicapped, disabled. Well, those teachers are, for me, the heroes. Some of them are in the audience. We have to focus indeed on inclusive education and on the relevant issues on the agenda for inclusive education for the future. So on kids and on girls, Quentin Baudon will focus this afternoon in his speech, definitely on right to education for girls, for women. So we have to move quickly. Ben Alexander, you're co-leading the UNESCO the country desk for Rwanda, UNESCO. We are asked to invite you to limit your intervention to 15 minutes. I guess that's for the whole or for per participant? Okay, but anyway, Ben, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, moderator, and thank you for all panelists who have been already mentioned various interventions they are putting into place so that they support education in Rwanda. As UNESCO, you know that the Sustainable Development Goals, which is also known as Global Goals, adopted by United Nations in 2015, have been there for supporting countries to end poverty, protect planet, and ensure that by 2013, all people have peace and prosperity. So, as UNESCO, education for sustainable development is also UNESCO's education sector response to various urgent and dramatic challenges to the planet which is being faced. In that respect, UNESCO for Education Sustainable Development for 2013, it has the aim of bringing all the personal and familial transformation. So UNESCO has the mandate being the advocate of aiming for capacitating in the government for providing the quality of education among of those 17 SDGs, as we have been mentioning, quality of education as SDG goal number 4. UNESCO is there to make sure that policies are being implemented, and UNESCO is there to guide government in which way they have to be implemented technically, and to make sure that every member of state have to implement those policies. So UNESCO is there to encourage innovative approaches and enhancing formal or informal education programs through various channels, media or other, or the partnership. So in this way, UNESCO here in Rwanda have various projects in which it partners with various institutions, like even University of Rwanda. They have some projects there to capacitate, especially for ICT and education, especially where for responding this COVID-19 issues which have been happened. Besides that, also for inclusive education, there are also various activities which is being implemented from primary up to universities to make sure that this is really responding. And the same for innovating ICT education, and those for technologies. There are various plans for supporting the government in various ways. So in a few words, UNESCO is there to really support the government, avoid that bureaucracy in education. We have to make sure that education is contextualized from top management to down at the root, at school, to make sure that teachers are really capacitated. They know what to do. They have all skills to teach various students. So UNESCO is doing great to support teachers and the students at the grassroots, but from the government to make sure that policies which are set are implemented. Then come back to Dr. Rose said about the to rethink. How do we rethink on how to improve the quality of education? So everyone here have to think in which way really education have to be revised, which really what do we want to, and to set the various goals so that really education have to be improved. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So last speaker of the panel, perhaps you should introduce yourself and of course also the role of the teachers. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Hubert Kagawa. I'm working for APFE. APFE is a Belgian organization supporting the government of Rwanda through the Ministry of Labor to implement the dual training, basically in workplace learning, half in schools and half in industry. And this is all about the scholarship to most vulnerable apprentices, technical assistance, providing equipment and tools. If I have to respond to the all questions asked here, maybe it will take time, but maybe I can focus on the main and based on the moderator guidance. The teachers maybe I can tell you about what I know in TVET, because APFE is in the field of TVET, technical vocational training. And the teachers needs more skills and competencies, because this is a field of skills and competencies. When you are supporting such TVET schools, because we are supporting 8 TVET schools and 1 EPRC, but basically in TVET schools, you have to think about not only the apprentices who have to be graduated, because our program is for 1 year, 6 months in schools and 6 months in industry, and with a good employment rate. Just for information, the last rate we had in impact assessment last year, it was 68% of employment rate in workplace learning, and for our program beneficiaries it is a contribution of more than a half, 50% of graduates who are employed or self-employed. But the teachers, to respond to the question, teachers needs a kind of leverage to get important competencies. Let me give you an example, only just one example, and it is Rwanda. It has been really a priority because the government of Rwanda, high-level officials highlight that the leather technology is really a need in Rwanda in technical and vocational training, and we observed at teachers level a serious problem of having the qualification and skills and competencies on this sector, and all the partners we are together in this work plus learning in Rwanda, together with the Ministry of Labor and Public Services, we all concerned about make that leverage to make sure that, for example, in that trade of leather technology, and because we are in other other trades apart from leather technology, we are in food processing, tailoring, fashion, and other associated trade. But teachers in technical and vocational training needs competencies, but because I'm talking about technical and vocational training, which is dual training and work plus learning, we need to make sure that at higher level, I'm saying about EPRCs, for example, to be very concrete, we need teachers to have technical and vocational competences to make that leverage. That's what I can say for now, but if you need more precision, I can give you later. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we did it, Mr. Master of Ceremony. We did it within 50 minutes. We fulfilled the job. You must be extremely happy. Just 2 questions or two final remarks. Africa has all tools, possible tools, to remain the continent of hope. We cannot miss that ambition. And education will play, again, the key role in fulfilling that ambition. Secondly, we have, after this first part of this plenary session, a second part at 2 o'clock with Dr. Quentin Baudon. Don't miss that opportunity. You will have a vision for the strategy of Africa from the top expert. And after, I guess, also the short break, there will be a changing the concept of learning. Very challenging question indeed. So voilà, Master, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Prof. I think it's been tough, convening this panel and, against all the time, but it's good stuff. And delegates, I believe we cannot conclude everything here. I think these are discussions ongoing, and I believe that you can also use the tea break time, the lunch time, to even further deliberate on what you had here, so that we keep within the structure. So are we good that this great gentleman and lady gave us the best we expected? If yes, a round of applause. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Fourier. Thank you so much, DG Rose. Thank you so much, moderator. Thank you so much, colleagues, Bell and colleague there. Unfortunately, or fortunately, this is what we had time for. If we had enough time, we would have many questions come up here. But we also appreciate that we said we should incorporate health. I think it's part of the SDGs, and we are headed for some tea break out there. So thank you so much. Before you take your floor, Aloysian team, you have a token of gratitude to the panelists, and I'm going to invite Dr. Flourier to hand the tokens of gratitude to the very great people who have been so generous with their time. So thank you so much, Aloysian team. You may please bring the modest gifts you have for these great people here. And Dr. Flourier, we request that you hand over the gifts as they come. A round of applause again. Don't be silent. Thank you again. DG Rose, I think one for you. Thank you. Well appreciated. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time, Prof, moderating this. Thank you. And you can gently move back to your seats. Thank you. Now, yes, we have another very brief activity here that before we go for tea break, the condition is that we take a picture. So please be invited here. I need the cameraman and the ICT people to guide us. We're going to take the picture in here because one or two guests are going to get out for another commitment. So we wanted to have a picture, a memory. It's part of the deal. So please, the ICT people, Benjamin, guide us, take the picture, and then after that, we head out for our health break. The protocol people are going to guide us. So, Muzimbere hano, can you all convene here, and we take a picture in front here. You're all invited to come here, stretch a bit as you come, and we take a picture for that memory that we so much need. And moving faster is part of the sustainable development behavior. You can greet your colleague when you are coming here. I know you miss each other, but please make good use of time. Dr. Flourier and colleague, I believe you can bring your colleagues. Please, everyone here, you're missing the picture. There is no evidence that there's work done here. And some can come up here. Others can come here. Others, you may stay. Please, some can come up here. Let's meet again. The camera guys may need to guide us, but everyone has to have his face or her face in.
Say something.
Yeah, please. You can also like have one of your knees down so that you, especially the front line. Yes, I think we're getting there. Okay, do we all have our faces to the camera? Are we all happy and smiling? You have to make proof of that. Cameraman, are you counting 1, 2, 3, and we are out of here? Okay, I think you're good. Thank you so much again. Please be invited for the health break out. And we have the health break within the next... Yes, after the health break, there's going to be an SDN session here, and then the breakout rooms in different rooms that we said. Please, you may use. We are out for tea break for 30 minutes, please. 30 minutes, please, and we are back here. Would you use 30 minutes and then you're back? Assigned group SDSN should find himself in one of the sessions outside, a session of your interest, because there are going to be many. So if you're not in that SDSN group and you're here, you should be in another spot outside. There are 4 sessions outside. There is the ushers team. They are going to lead you where your interest is. But this is a special space for the SDNS team here. Or if you want, you can stay. I've been told that what they are discussing is public. Thank you, Solomon, for that. And when you go out, there is going to be A, B, C, D groups. From your agenda, you know where you want to go to A, B, or C. Someone is going to be leading you at the entrance. So please be headed out unless you want to be part of the team here. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. Good luck.
Yeah, well, let's move because time is running out. So be sportive, stand up, and move to another room if you think that it is not the topic of your life, but it is. This session is the topic of your life, namely on challenging concept of learning. And please, we have a top expert with us who will give immediately the introductory remarks and a short keynote, and then the panel members. Could we ask the panel members to come to the forefront, please? So it is not defended to run. You may run. Can we also ask some solidarity and some discipline? Yes, some discipline, please, in the audience. So we will start right now the session. Jan.
Thank you, Professor. I see a beautiful panel here. I'm just waiting. I also invited Tekalin from the SDG Center. I don't know if you are here as well. Yes, I see it. I don't know if John is also here. I'm just waiting for you to come up. You may choose. I just have a brief note and then I'll... Hi, John. Yes. Hello. Nice to meet you. Have a seat, please. All right. Is everybody ready? May I please ask for the presentation to also be ready, the PowerPoint presentation, then I can also share some slides with you. Excellent. All right, ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, dear participants, welcome again after the tea break. I will have a session around 1 hour. And then we'll have lunch break. So I also like to have it kind of an interactive session with my beautiful panel here and also with you. If you have any questions, if you have any remarks, you want to share ideas, please do not hesitate to raise your hand, and then we'll find a solution to come with a mic to you. My name is Jan Bijnen. I'm assistant professor at Antwerp Management School, the University of Antwerp in Belgium. But I'm very fortunate to now live for 1.5 years almost in Kigali in Rwanda. And I experienced a lot of beautiful initiatives around education, which you will hear also in the next coming workshops, sessions, and the next coming days. So I will be talking about education without walls. And you can look at that sentence from a very narrow view, or you can look at it from a broader view, and I will explain it a little bit more. But we will definitely talk about SDG 4, and how to be inclusive. How to be inclusive in your education. I will also ask this question to my panel members. What is inclusivity? And how can you create an inclusive and equitable environment related to education? So on the next slide, I think you will just see my picture and who I am, but I already explained it. I'm also involved in some projects here in Rwanda related to education, and I'm happy to talk about that during the lunch break or other sessions. On the next slide, I'd like to start with an image of education in Rwanda. So please, if you go to the next slide, you will see that. I'm not sure if the technician is paying attention, but on the next slide, you will see an image of education in Rwanda. And I wrote it down, education with walls. Of course, you know the classical rooms of a classroom. On the next slide, you'll see kind of a similar room in Belgium. Education with walls in Belgium. And you can point on that very narrow, that we have a classroom, we have different classrooms. But how can we break down the walls? And that doesn't mean we need teaching in open air. It's lovely, definitely in a climate like Rwanda. But I mean something different with that. And on the next slide, I point out we need to dare taking down the walls. And here you see two images of children playing outside, teaching outside, learning from nature. And on the right picture, you see that we were in Antwerp, very creative during the COVID times. There was no option to be in contact with each other. So everyone took like a big air ball and could play with each other like that. This is education without walls. But another way to look at education without walls is to be inclusive. On the next slide, you see that we have a lot of tools. And I'm sure all the teachers, all educational experts have a lot of tools to practice, to build in their education model. I take here the metaphor of a Swiss pocket knife. A big Swiss pocket knife with a lot of tools. But I think we have the challenge to just choose those tools that make education inclusive and equitable. On the next slide, you see a simple pocket knife with just a few tools. And with education without walls, I just talk about things like value-based learning. I talk about project-based learning. I talk about integrated learning, and also learning to unlearn and relearn. Those are 4 topics that I also would like to highlight towards my panel. What does integrated learning mean? Do you already do that? What do you see as a challenge of integrated learning? What do you see as a challenge of values-based learning? What is values-based learning, in your opinion? So we need to think and to choose the wise tools that help us to be as inclusive and equitable as possible. On the next slide, I have a question, also a question to you, to the audience. And my question is, how might we simplify our learning designs for the teacher and the learner in order to be more inclusive and equitable? Just think about it for a second, and I'll come back to that. Let me continue. On the next slide, I just wrote down that we learn. And this is very basic competencies. We have competencies and we have attitudes, knowledge, we have skills. You see here the abilities in the middle of the circle, the know why, the know what, and the know how. So we learn every day. But sometimes we also need to be careful and also try to unlearn. And that's sometimes very, very difficult. On the next slide, you see the unlearn part. There you see different worldviews from systems perspective, from ecological worldview, spiritual intelligence, emotional intelligence. The knowing the being, the doing. And that's something very difficult. I give one example of the doing. I don't know of how many people here know how to ride a bicycle. But when you know how to ride a bicycle, it's very easy. You don't have to think about it anymore. You just do it. But once, and this is a very interesting movie you can find on Google, if you go to the left with your steering wheel, you go to the left. Go to the right, you go to the right. But if you invent a bicycle that does it the other way around, if you steer to the left and you go to the right, that's crazy. In your mind, it doesn't work. You need months and months of practicing to unlearn it. And that's what I mean with, we need to be careful. We need to sometimes also try to unlearn things. And then on the next slide also, relearn. And this is a big sentence, but it's about how to relearn, how to try to be intelligent and to look for enablers that reflect a broader and deeper capability for comprehending our surroundings. And there I like the framing of catching on, making sense of things, or figuring out what to do. Learn, unlearn, relearn. Very important if we talk about inclusivity and equitable learning. On the last slide, next slide, sorry, I put down a sentence. For me, a very important one that I really keep close to my heart. The illiterate of the future are not those who can't read or write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. And at Antwerp Management School and the University of Antwerp, we did some research on possible enablers to learn, unlearn, relearn. And we looked at these enablers and tried to integrate them in our teaching. And I give you just a few snapshots of that on the next slide. First of all, when it comes to enablers, the question you can also ask yourself, if you had to name one enabler for achieving inclusive and equitable learning as the most important, which would it be? Just one. What is the most important one? Just think about it for a second, and I'll also come back to that. We also thought about it, and we looked on different research projects. What are the most important enablers for values like inclusivity, equitable, but also sustainable development? And one of them is the following slide that you might know as well, are the SDG competencies. So the SDGs, the 17 global goals, they put out also some competencies that we need. And they talk about self-awareness, they talk about critical thinking, they talk about collaboration, strategic competencies, systemic thinking, etc., etc. On the next slide, you'll see some more of that, but I'm not going into detail. But you can also ask yourself the question, what is critical thinking? What is systems thinking? And how can you embrace that in your teaching and your learning? So we asked ourselves the same question in Antwerp. And on the next slide, we took 3 enablers. We talk about self-awareness leading to stronger cooperation. We talk about global perspective leading to a developed global mindset. And we talk about societal consciousness. These are 3 enablers that we build upon. And we developed a program called the Global Leadership Skills. And I quickly go through them, how we also try to unlearn and relearn. On the next slide, we asked ourselves the question, what could lead to what we call a minimalist pedagogy? Be as inclusive as possible. In other words, what elements do we need to remove from our learning? What do we need to unlearn? And I give you 5 elements that we now embrace in the school. 1 is on the next slide. We build upon the 3 pillars: global perspective, self-awareness, societal consciousness. We aim for global citizens to tackle the global challenges we face. Next slide. Get rid of subject learning. get thinking with new perspectives, systems thinking. And here you see the SDGs, but also, I don't know if you heard about the sustainable lifestyle goals or the global, the good life goals, where you can also look at the SDGs from a very personal perspective. What does it mean, no poverty? What does it mean, good health and well-being? What does it mean, peace? Second is, on the next slide, get rid of individualistic learning. Get networked with peers. And this is really focused on, it looks different here, but self-awareness. Who am I in this world? What is my role towards other people? Number 3 is get rid of classical learning tasks. Get mission-driven with action learning. Look at a global perspective. Here we work in teams, and every team from cross programs need to work on a specific sustainable development goal, measure their impact, go out in the world, involve stakeholders, and really come up with solutions. And this is a journey for a whole year that they're working on this. Number 4 is get rid of textbooks. We try to be very practical, and we have a lot of discussions with our students. We have one book called the Global Leadership Skills Workbook, and this is a kind of a diary. It's not for grading, it's just for your self-reflection throughout the year with some exercises you can do on your own and reflect on it with your peers. And then number 5, the last one, get rid of independent learning. Get inspired by others. Go out. So these are 5 elements, yeah, and you are right, the next slide, that we see ourselves also on keeping on learning, keeping ourselves the question, how can we break down those walls? Not literally the walls, but how can we move towards unlearning and relearning and be as inclusive as possible? And these are my questions to the panel. I have a few of them. How do you perceive learning in an inclusive format? What are for you the enablers to learn, unlearn, and relearn? What are, in your opinion, essential societal impact leadership skills or global leadership skills? What are essential elements to create a harmonious learning environment? And with that I mean integrating positive human values such as respect, courage, love, peace, trust, compassion, equality, honesty, patience, etc. And then the last one, how do we break down walls? How do we create more integrated learning? These are some questions to the panel, and maybe go back one slide so that the audience can also see these questions and think about it for yourself as well. And if you have any ideas, any things you want to share with all of us, do not hesitate to raise your hand. But first, I'm going to the panel. And I have a wonderful panel. Let me first start with Sandra. Sandra is a program manager at Impact Hub Kigali. We have Sarah. Sarah is an education expert at VVOB. We have Emmanuel. Emmanuel, you are a faculty member at the African Leadership University. Tekalin, expert, senior expert on the SDGs Center for Africa. And we have John, education expert with more than 15 years experience in international NGOs all around. So I'm very happy and grateful that you are here. And if I may start in the middle with Sandra, and actually you may choose one of the questions, but the overall question is, how do we break down walls? What do you do within your work on breaking down the walls to be more inclusive in what you do?
Thank you, Jan. My name is Sandra, as you mentioned. I am a program manager at Impact Hub Kigali, and we are an organization that supports entrepreneurs through innovation programs. And I can also explain our work in those, in particularly picking on 2 innovation programs that we recently worked on. One is a circular economy acceleration program, and this was a program that was supporting ventures to become more sustainable. And what does that mean? We essentially do workshops and trainings for them to understand what are the concepts within circular economy? How do you apply that to your current business model? How can you change your business model? So that was one of the programs. And another one is the Ignite Food Systems Challenge program. And that one is focusing on supporting ventures within the agriculture and food system space to scale their solutions. And how does that relate to this work, you might wonder. But entrepreneurship is one of the drivers of the economy today. There are innovative solutions that come up that are going to help break these walls that Jan was speaking about. And there are some ways in which our programs are able to do that. One is we believe in fostering a culture of collaboration. And what that means is we encourage participants to work together. So within the program, there's embedded peer-to-peer learning. So how do ventures within these particular programs learn from each other? How do they share knowledge? How do they change up whatever is in their business model? How can they make it better from learning from each other? So that's one of the key things we really try to embed within our programs, to eliminate that individualistic learning and make it more peer-to-peer learning. And that fosters collaboration for them to be able to understand, okay, I do have a solution here, but maybe it's not accessible to everyone. How can I do that? Learning from your peers can help you do that. And another way that we think could help break walls is encouraging interdisciplinary learning. And what that means is I might sit here and not be an expert at everything, but if you connect me to the right expert, I'm able to learn. And that's something else we do for our entrepreneurs. For instance, looking at the Circular Economy program, we were able to engage with the African Leadership University to gauge their expertise within circular economy. How can we then link that to the entrepreneurship work that these ventures are doing? How do they learn from each other? These are experts that know a lot about circular economy, but the ventures might not know everything. So encouraging that interdisciplinary learning is also a way of breaking walls. And I'll go ahead and answer the questions as we go, but thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Very interesting. It's indeed peer-to-peer, which is very important for Impact Hub. It's also about interdisciplinary work. And you mentioned the African Leadership University. We have Emmanuel here. Maybe building further on that, next to what you also do a lot in the African Leadership University, peer-to-peer work, integrated learning as well. What are for you the most important societal impact leadership skills?
Hello. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Jan, for this opportunity to sit with these very intelligent people and in front of very intelligent people as well. In terms of skills, I think at the center of it, the biggest one would be a growth mindset. So recognition of the fact that whatever it is that you have learned up until whatever point you are in your life, that learning is a foundation for more learning. So with respect to my journey, I started about 20 years ago as a sound engineer. And now I work as faculty and I continue to do research in the circular economy space. And throughout, I've worked in construction, worked in media, and all throughout that, I've had to constantly evaluate, and that's another skill as well. So you've got to continuously self-evaluate to determine that, all right, what knowledge do I have, and how do I leverage that experience and knowledge that I have moving forward to enable me to be successful in this next path or this next stage of my journey. So with respect to breaking down walls, I'll just jump a little bit on that. We recognize that our students do not come to us as a clean slate where they do not have any, where we just have to spoon feed and load them with knowledge and information. That is learning with walls in terms of the image that you put up earlier. So in terms of breaking down walls, we recognize that they do have experiences, they do have background knowledge, and we try to cater to different approaches or different ways of learning to allow them to have an equitable access to the learning content. One small example is in terms of assessments. We do not, so they are allowed to submit their assessments in different forms. Some may choose to submit a website, while others are submitting a video, some are submitting a podcast, but the learning outcomes are the same throughout. So it speaks to the students' pre-knowledge that they have before they come to the university. And we found that that is working, and that's one way in which we can break down walls. So in terms of skills, growth mindset, self-evaluating, those are two key ones that I would give. I'm sure there will be more that would come out from the conversation. Thank you. Excellent.
Thank you so much. Growth mindset, self-evaluation.
Yes.
I'm just passing to Sarah, education expert at VVOB. You do a lot on inclusive learning, and you also use technology for that. Can you explain that a little bit more?
Yes, thank you. So maybe I can talk about a very concrete example where we actually broke down the walls. It's a project that was called the Scratch 2050 project, where we supported teachers to set up after-school coding clubs, and with a strong emphasis on linking them with the world of work and, of course, closing the digital divide and also the gender gap. And actually, the project is over, but evidence showed that we closed that gender gap, and that especially girls benefited a lot from that project because their confidence raised. Not only confidence in their digital skills, but like in life, because before a few girls imagined the future in IT or in STEM, but because of the project, they said, now we can imagine and we believe and we have the confidence to pursue that kind of a career. So in that way, we broke down the walls. And I also think that the Scratch project showed how a project on digital skills, it's not only about digital skills. Yes, of course, the learners as well as the teachers got digital skills, but it was so much more than that. It was really life skills, this growth mindset, like learning, okay, I can teach myself how to code because my teacher, she knows a bit about coding, but if I go on YouTube and I search, the coders can teach themselves with their peers together, because some schools maybe had few computers with 10 learners around it. So they learned collaboration, these 21st century skills, SDG competences, you can also call it. So it goes far beyond only that one. So that's, I think, a good example of breaking down the walls, because you work on something, but in the meantime, you're working on a whole lot of it. And yeah, maybe I can end with an example of a girl. I still know her name. She was called Angel. And she said, I started the coding club, and while I was thinking about my project, I was thinking about my passion, and my passion is mental health. So she coded a project on mental health, and during that process she learned that actually she doesn't want to become a coder, which is completely fine, but that she wants to become a psychologist and want to go to university to study that. So that's a small example of how you can break down walls for individuals by projects like this.
It's also a nice example of what you do here. So thank you so much. We heard already a lot of nice initiatives, nice ideas on to be inclusive and equitable as possible in learning and teaching. Maybe I go to you, Tekalin. You're a senior expert. You work on, if I may say that, more environmental, technical topics such as climate change and waste, etc. In your opinion, what are the big issues there to unlearn and relearn?
Thank you, Jan. I am Takalin from SDG Center. I am working on water, sanitation, and energy sector. Maybe you can ask what I'm doing here. Not being from the education sector, I think this is part of breaking the wall. Yeah, just involving someone from outside to come in and either to learn or unlearn. So in that sense, allow me to focus on this education, SDG 4, from the perspective of other SDGs, especially focusing on the issue of inclusiveness. The UN Agenda 2030 is based on the principle of leaving no one behind. This agenda implies that inclusiveness is the most important thing in order to achieve all the SDG targets. The SDG 4, to ensure inclusive, equitable, and quality education, is one of the critical SDGs that we need to look at seriously. What does that mean? What we mean by inclusive education? It refers to ensuring the right of all children and adults to access education regardless of their ability, age, gender, ethnicity, or even other factors or other characteristics. However, when we look at, especially in the case of sub-Saharan Africa, we have a lot of drawbacks. Instead of the enablers, maybe I can put it in the form of, barriers. We start, for instance, I just can select some of the critical SDGs. Let us start with that of SDG 1, no poverty. What is the link between education? There is a direct correlation between poverty and education. You see, with in an environment in a country where poverty prevails, we cannot think of quality education. The same thing with no hunger, SDG 2. You can imagine how many children are going to school without breakfast. In some countries, we can see today that they have this program of school feeding, just to alleviate this problem. Anyway, without tackling, without eradicating, eliminating hunger, we cannot think of quality education. The same with that of SDG 3, health and well-being. How many children are affected by communicable and non-communicable diseases in Africa and sub-Saharan Africa? Can we think of these children can go to school and attend the classes without any problem? Can we think of quality education under such a kind of circumstances? Let us go even water and sanitation, which is my field, which I know very well now. I can tell you how many schools they have, adequate provision of such a kind of basic services, water and sanitation. Even if that are available, what is the ratio? The ratio, for instance, of toilets vis-a-vis that of the number of children in that school. Do we have separate toilets for girls and boys in the school? That's this kind of thing. In the absence of such a kind of facilities, can we think of quality education? The same with SDG 7 electricity. Especially in the rural Africa, do we have such a kind of facilities? The infrastructure there, the computer, the internet, and everything. Can we think of in today's world that in sub-Saharan Africa where we do not have, there is a blackout even in the cities, power interruption is common. How can we think a quality education under such a kind of circumstances? With the climate change, drought, and the flooding. In the case of drought, I read IOM report about this East Africa, the drought in Ethiopia, in the Borona region. The class attendance has declined by more than 50% because of the drought occurrence in that region. Why? Two factors. One, in the absence of this kind of facilities in the schools, students may not be tempted to go and attend classes. Number two, the families, they need the children labor, and the children are, traveling long distances to fetch water. So they are engaged in such a kind of activity during the drought time, floods. Most of, the school infrastructures are damaged by flooding, and that is also has an impact on the education, the teaching and the learning process. The same on all of these things. So what does this tell us? All these barriers, all these SDGs, they contribute negatively to the attainment of, to the achievement of SDG, the targets of SDG 4. Then what? If we are thinking of inclusivity in education sector, SDG 4, if we wanted to really achieve the targets, we have to deal with all these barriers. Then here comes the integrated approach. We cannot simply talk about education, SDG 4. We have to look at in a holistic approach where we can deal with all other critical SDGs in order to bring quality education and achieve the SDG targets by 2030. We need that kind of an integrated approach. We need to deal with all this critical SDGs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Why not? No, very interesting, and it reminds me a bit of the 3 principles of that Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. 17 goals, universal, integrated, and indivisible. If we really want to go for a sustainable society, we need to tackle them all. And they're all interconnected. They're integrated, as you now pointed out very, very well. So maybe I go to John to build further on that. If they are so integrated, and if I look back at the first presentation of SDG 4 as a possible mother SDG, how can we break down those barriers to get that SDG 4 working, to get inclusive lifelong learning?
Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure for me to be here to share with you on these very important topics raised here. When you look at all the questions that you've put forward, they actually sum up the reason we are here, because we are looking at the critical issues in the education sector that we may break so that we can attain quality education in Africa. For me, I'll look at mainly 2 areas. One is on breaking the walls, as you're saying, but I also look at learning, unlearn, and relearn. So breaking the wall, I'll look at it in two ways. One broadly, and then specifically on what we are working on now. Broadly, it all comes back to innovation, because once you come up with new ideas of how to address education issues, then definitely the approaches have to be different, and we are not going to do it the usual way it's being done. And this innovation has to be based on facts out of research. That's why I think this forum, this conference today is very, very important, that it's bringing together academia, people who are involved in research, and then those who are the practitioners, policymakers and practitioners, so that what is being found out in the research should be put into practice. Specifically, apparently we are working on a project that is exactly fitting into the breaking wall concept. Most of us are used to the classroom setting for education, but for us, out of research, we found out that actually education starts from home. It does not start from school. So much as we are looking at emphasizing quality education without involving the parents, without involving the community, it will be very difficult. Parents play a critical role in ensuring that we achieve quality education. right from supporting their children to read, providing the necessary materials, but also interacting with the schools. We have to have a link between homes, communities, and the schools. So that is what we are implementing. We have a 5-year project that is basically looking at homes and community. How can we create a conducive environment at home that supports learning from home then to the community, the entire community, and then to schools. So that is very important. Then learning and unlearning and relearning. Out of the 15 years experience working with the international NGOs, both here in Rwanda and out of Rwanda, especially in Sub-Saharan Africa, we've learned a lot. Before we were implementing the Millennium Development Goals, and our focus was to ensure that we create a lot of awareness on education and ensuring that children can go to school as the beginning point before moving into the quality of education. And I'm sure most of you, if you read the report 2015 towards the end, at the end of the Millennium Development Goals, Rwanda did very well. Almost 92% children were in school. That was incredible. But we had a gap on the quality. And as we were transitioning from the Millennium Development Goals to the Sustainable Development Goals, we had to come up with new ways to ensure that children can acquire quality education. There are quite a number of barriers, not only here in Rwanda, across Africa. And one of the areas is in inclusive education. You find that, and inclusiveness comes to appropriateness. We need to provide something that is appropriate for our children to learn. Whenever you come up with a setup that does not fit into a given environment, it may not work however good it may be. We have to contextualize whatever we are doing according to where we are implementing. And
Thank you.
Lastly, let me talk about holistic part of it, integration and holistic education. It is very, very important because what we've learned is that there are quite a number of barriers that fall into different areas, different SDGs. So as you're looking at improving quality of education through learning at school, we have to look at other components. Feeding, we have to look at availability of materials, the infrastructure, appropriateness of the curriculum, and all other aspects so that we integrate, because you cannot learn when you're hungry. You cannot learn when you don't have, when you're sick. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And you point out very interesting and very valuable things like contextualize, be appropriate in your learning, creating that environment as well. I know that due to the delay of the program, Saya has to leave for a meeting, but just maybe one sentence that you want to give to the audience and to the panelists when it comes to inclusive learning, new ways of learning. What would you say in your ideal world would be the new ways of learning?
When I reflect on the Scratch project, that the learners, they really loved having the connection with the community, being a problem solver in their communities. For instance, a boy I remember who wanted to make a project in Scratch, the block-based coding tool, to solve the irrigation problem his family had in their fields. So I think making the link with the community is very important. And another one is female role models. So in the Scratch project, we targeted female teachers in STEM and ICT, put them in the coding clubs. We wanted 50% girls in the coding clubs, and also we partnered with Rwandan tech companies to show them the link with the world of work, that coding is not just something you do in a club, but that you can really get a job out of that. And in these Rwandan tech companies, again, we put female role models forward, which was very inspirational. I heard this morning also about career guidance, career talks. That impact can be significant.
Thank you so much, Saya, and I will leave you. So I remind, it's about context, It's about role models, female role models. It's also about the fact that you have to involve community. And let's also dig a little bit deeper into that. In the meantime, if you have any questions, any reflections from your side on the questions or the things that were raised here, please do not hesitate to raise your hand. We have a few more minutes to go. I'm not sure if any one of you would like to dig a little bit deeper into that. What John was mentioning about, and also Tekelin was mentioning about the barriers we have to tackle all the SDGs, linking it to SDG 4, looking at important things such as creating the context, breaking down barriers also from an infrastructure perspective, for example. I don't know if, for example, Sandra, you were working with a lot of different profiles all over Rwanda. You work also with other impact hubs worldwide on the topic of lifelong learning. Do you see any barriers that you think are still important that you are trying to tackle with Impact Hub?
Absolutely. I do think the barriers do exist, but they can be mitigated or reduced. And when I go back to the unlearning, relearning, I think one aspect that we really embed within the programs is continuous feedback. And what that means is for the ventures that participate in our programs, there is always going to be individualized coaching that's attached to the program. So what that means is if a venture is in a program, they're assigned to a particular coach who's going to walk with them throughout the entire program. And they're able to get constant feedback. So how do you change your business model to make it more circular? What are you considering your impact to be? Is it looking at all the SDGs? What are the SDGs that your solution is actually tackling? So making sure that there is that, not hand-holding, but feedback that's continuous and consistent, that they're able to learn that not everything that you know now is going to work, but how do you also take the opportunity from potentially failure? Is there an opportunity there for you to learn? Are there some things you need to unlearn to make your business model more sustainable? So I do think that's one core element that we also like to focus on. And also, you talked about a growth mindset, and I do think that needs to be highlighted a bit more, because when you look at it from one perspective, there is no lifelong learning. But if you look at it from different perspectives, then that's where the learning happens. And that's embedded through some of our programs as well. Because when you look at, for instance, I talked about the Ignite Food Systems Challenge, right? We're working with ventures within the agriculture sector, but they have completely different solutions, right? But they all want to scale their ventures, they want to scale their business. So how do we instill that growth mindset for them to understand that, okay, I'm at point A, but how can I get from point A to point B? What is that going to take? Do I need mentorship support? Do I need funding support? What other resources are going to be provided to me? So instilling that growth mindset and giving that continuous feedback, I think will also add into the relearning and unlearning.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I understand again the growth mindset as an important one, but also learning from failures.
Mm-hmm.
And I come back to you, Emmanuel, because you teach also about entrepreneurship. A lot of entrepreneurs fail. A lot of children fail for exams, but how do they learn from it, and how can you still make sure that they are inclusive in the whole environment?
Yeah, that's, thank you very much. That's a challenging one, to try to put it succinctly. So one interesting project that sort of encapsulates all these ideas that we've discussed, that I'm supporting, we've got a couple of barely second-year students, and they are developing an extended reality medical education system in which you can be able to use artificial intelligence and AR/VR to be able to have a classroom anywhere just with a headset, and in future you're going to be able to use any smart device to be able to get that extended reality virtual classroom. So what am I trying to hint at? The use of technology. So there's entrepreneurship in there because this is a student venture that we are supporting. And to the question of failure, they have failed several times, but they have succeeded. We have supported them. They won they're the champions, Rwandan champions of the ARVR Africa Challenge, and they've been invited to France to go and showcase their innovation. And there's collaboration there as well, something that we should take away from this. Collaboration is essential to be able to have that integrated, in terms of breaking down the walls and having an integrated approach to learning. So they've failed several times, as I said, in trying to develop this idea. But they came in as first years. We did not give them a traditional classroom. We gave them foundational skills for the first term, and then we set them loose. So we've got mission curators who they've set out a mission. So each of them has a particular mission. I'm going to solve this for Rwanda, or I'm going to work on the water challenges for Cameroon, for the Southwest, or some other mission that they come up with. And these ones, their mission is in healthcare, but they are software engineering students. So there's also that cross discipline as well. So we really like that way of learning. We've discovered that by themselves, when we give them ownership of their own learning, they're able to drive and learn far faster, and the solutions that they come out with are more realistic, more, how do I put it, solutions that are ready to run. As opposed to when I was in school, I knew I had to finish 4 years before I'd be able to go and do an internship, before I'll be able to make any sort of impact. They know they can make impact right away. So I think in terms of failing, we support them to fail and to fail fast so that they can be able to learn from that failure. And they've learned how not to do it, so they can now try to figure out how to get it right. So we do support them in failure to fail faster so that they can learn from that. I think let me leave it at that.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much. And I actually love when you put from the African Leadership University, not major driven, but mission driven. Yeah. And you see that. Yeah, go ahead.
So one more, in terms of, so that solution, I just wanted to hammer this point home. We can leverage technology, yes, to increase access. And it occurred to me when we were talking about some of those barriers. When we've got children who are in areas where they've got social responsibilities, they've got other responsibilities outside of learning. They cannot necessarily be in a classroom the whole time when goats need to be fed or taken care of, and other responsibilities that they may have around their households. But if we leverage technology, and it does not necessarily need to be AR, VR in the immediate. Yes, there are solutions that are being worked on for that, access to smartphones for everybody and that sort of a thing. But then there's also, I don't know if we could call them low-level technologies. So some of our students, another group, they're not working on AR, VR, but they're working on USSD codes and how they can use that to give people who do not have smartphones access to information, access to the knowledge and the content that they're supposed to be learning in the classroom at their own pace. So not necessarily all of us learning at the same time. Sandra could be learning in one area 300 kilometers away in the evenings, but it's more convenient for me to learn in the early mornings before I go and fetch water or whatever it is I'm doing. So we can leverage technology to be able to increase that access and to start to overcome these barriers. And we see solutions that are already coming out in terms of to solve those to overcome those kind of barriers.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. Maybe one critical point from my side, when you talk about technology, and technology is advancing very fast. Mm. But of course, you mentioned it as well, access is necessary. Tekalin, you pointed out the principle of leaving no one behind. Yeah. It's about equality, it's about equity, it's about anti-discrimination, it's about so many other things. How can we make sure everyone has access? Because that's also, I think, very important when we talk about equality and equity, etc. How can we create that access to everyone, leaving no one behind? You have any idea on that?
Well, a bit difficult, but we need to think this thing, this approach, like, how we can help our African people to access free education, quality education, and also sustainable. That is the most important thing. In that line, maybe, look, we can have a model projects, good projects, in all areas, including education. But our problem in Africa is that that good project remains there as a good project without, scaling it up to reach, the wider community. That is the problem. That is a big problem. That is the big challenge. What is that behind, the financing issue? Now we always talk about the financing SDGs, the commitment that were made by our partners, the donors, that we have not, the SDG failed from the very beginning when the multilateral and the bilateral institutions, they failed to meet the financing targets. Therefore, in that sense, this is true also for the education part. However, as we said, because SDG 4, the education, has an impact on almost all SDGs, and other SDGs also have an impact on education. They are interlinked. Then the issue is how we can really work with the national governments, local institutions, organizations at a community level, how we can work together, how we can work together, how we can come together really to tackle such a kind of problem, especially to reach out those vulnerable groups. We can see this disparity between urban and rural. I have some information, for instance, from our SDGs assessment. The richest are twice more likely to complete primary school compared to the poorest. Again, the richest are 4 times more likely to complete lower secondary schools compared to the poorest. You see now this disparity between the rich and the poor. In the case of completion, also in the case of enrollment, in the case of, for instance, schools in the pre-urban area, in slum settlements, vis-a-vis schools in the rich neighborhoods, well-to-do neighborhoods, we can see that kind of disparity. Then how can we address such a kind of issues in the big question? What is the modality? It starts from the policy. It starts from the commitment of the government, from top. If we don't have, government is committed to deal with inclusivity, then it is a problem really to reach this target. That is my concern. We start with the policy, with the regulation, with everything, then we go down with the engagement of all stakeholders at all levels to deal with such kind of issue.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you. And do you see, to build further on that, do you see any evolution in policies related to reshaping education for sustainable development, looking for inclusive learning environments? Maybe I'm also pointing out to you, John, you work already 15 years in the field of education. Do you see an evolution? Do we make progress or not?
Yeah, thank you much for that. I think indeed we cannot afford to leave anyone behind. Education is a right. We have to ensure that all our children are able to go to school, and What we need to really emphasize or look at is creating an enabling environment that is friendly to all children to be able to access, go to school. There are quite a number of research that has been done, findings on what could be the barriers. And of course, as Dr. Teklai brought it out, we have a lot of, especially in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, poverty, the other related issues, illnesses, not being able to afford the basic necessities to go to school. And I would recommend that education should be free for everyone. It should be a service that is provided by government so that everyone can go to school. But we also have an issue of mindset. Especially some parents don't value education. They don't know why they are taking their children to school. So there's a lot that needs to be done around that to ensure that children go to school. But even those who go to school, are they learning? Because we are seeing a lot of dropouts. What are the reasons for dropping out? There's a lot that needs to be done. As my colleague put it out very well, we need to collect feedback from wherever, from all stakeholders, but also do a lot of research so that we can prioritize, because sometimes it's difficult to address all the issues based on resources, but we can prioritize and see the key issues to address. For our case, we piloted a holistic approach. Before, it was quite expensive, but it worked, because when you look at our results, wherever we could go to a particular household to ensure that children go to school, we could look at all these other issues, related issues that affect a child to learn, and see how we can address them. You cannot do everything by yourself, but we also engage other stakeholders, NGOs, and government. Lastly, education is not a one-shoe-fit-all. We need always to contextualize. I'll re-emphasize that because we have seen there's a lot of success stories from different countries that people want to implement exactly the way it worked somewhere else. It may not work in a different context. So we have to be very careful about that, and ensure that we also do ground baseline research, ground checks, to ensure that what we are bringing can actually work in a particular context. And if there are differences, then how can we integrate this and it works so well in that field? Thank you.
Thank you. Teklai, you want to react on that?
Yeah, when we are talking, policy, regulations, and so on, laws, we can have really, a country can have a very good policy. No problem with that. It is written well, we can read it, we can go through that, inclusiveness, quality education, everything is there. But the question is the implementation, when we come to the ground. You don't see there is a gap between what the policy says and what is on the ground. That is also our problem. Maybe a lot of factors to just take that policy into the implementation phase, implementation status, as I said, maybe finance, maybe commitment, maybe something like that. But always we need to ask the percentage of the budget allocation from the government for the education sector vis-a-vis, other sectors. Maybe sometimes, those sectors that may not have a big impact on a number of SDGs like that. Sometimes you can see such a kind of, what you call, unfair allocation of what is available. What we have this meager resource, how we can use that kind of thing is there. So policy can be there, but the problem can be on the implementation.
Policy is one, implementing is the other one.
Of course.
In that sense, maybe SDG 17, you talk about collaboration. We need to collaborate at the educational sector, government, private sector, etc. Need to work together also on this. Just checking also again in the audience, any questions, any burning questions for the panel, or any ideas you want to share? I just look again, I heard very good things here. Yeah, was I one? Yes, please. Maybe, I don't know if there's a mic in the room, otherwise you can stand up and talk as loud as possible. If you talk a little bit louder, then we can hear you. 1 second.
How does it function? Voilà. Female power, yes.
So much. I'm Naomi Namanya from Uganda, and I'm so curious concerning the mission-driven education. I didn't get your name properly, but I would like to inquire, at what stage did you start it? Because you're sharing your experiences at the university level, but now I'm wondering, did they start when they were still young children, or you just started it at a higher level? Thank you.
Right. So my name is Emmanuel Ekose, and in terms of when we started with them, when they came to the African Leadership University, so right in the beginning, I'd say in the second week, we introduced them we take them through a couple of workshops where they come up with their missions or they formulate their missions. When they join the university, throughout whatever engagement as they're in the beginning of the customer journey or the student journey. So right in the beginning of that, they understand that they're coming to the university to pursue their mission. So their mission could be in whatever different area. We see it as context in which they practice the skills. If it's a Bachelor of Software Engineering, you practice that in the context of water, solving water problems or water issues. Or you could solve issues around education, infrastructure, women empowerment, and any of the other 7 grand challenges and 7 great opportunities. So we start them right in the beginning when they join the university, and we just introduce them to the idea of setting a mission that drives your knowledge curation. So they curate learning and knowledge and content around that mission. I'll give an example. My own mission is to craft socioeconomic opportunities for young people. So that is actually why I went and I worked with the African Leadership University, because it allows me to pursue my mission. That is why I studied franchising, because that allows me to understand how to fast track entrepreneurship opportunities for young people in the continent. So whatever I'm doing is in line with that mission, and it's the very same thing that we do or we coach and mentor our students to do in terms of setting their mission and following that. They do have different degree options right now: Bachelor of Entrepreneurial Leadership, Bachelor of Software Engineering, and there are different tracks, or in the old days, some would say those would be specializations. So those who are doing entrepreneurial leadership, they could go for strategy and investment, planetary health, policy and advocacy. But the central theme for every student is the mission that they have set for themselves. We do tell them that it is not cast in stone, so it's not set. You do not have to stick to only that mission during your early stages. But we find that as they move along in their learning journey, by year 2, by year 3, that mission is cemented. There may be variations of it. So in my example, I know at some point I would work with entrepreneurial support organizations, but the core mission still remains to create socioeconomic opportunities for Africa's youth. Thank you, and thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. One more question here.
Thank you very much. Emmanuel, actually, before maybe one else got an opportunity to react on the question from the audience, let me ask you a question referring to what you have said. The way you do as an academician or lecturer in terms of helping students to make a mistake faster, what is the idea behind? And what is the outcome have you got from that particular process?
All right. So we've got student ventures, and the fact that we're trying to create 3 million entrepreneurial leaders for Africa by 2030 within the African Leadership Group, it means that entrepreneurialism is very much ingrained in our curriculum. So students are aware that through entrepreneurship, they can be able to carve out solutions for almost any problem or any challenge that they face, or that the world and Africa is facing. So helping them to fail faster, we see ourselves as sort of an arena of innovation. So an innovation arena of sorts where we've got the Fab Lab, we've got various entrepreneurship support programs and events, a whole lot of things around our programming that helps them to create real world enterprises. So it's not creating or writing a business plan that's on paper. It's creating an actual venture that solves a real problem out there in the community, anywhere on the continent. So we support them. So if another student woke up and she decided she's going to work on solar energy, access to solar energy in South Africa. She's here in Rwanda. She has been supported to go to Uganda, where there's a company that's doing that sort of a thing. She gets to learn from them, do an internship with them, and learn, and then she implements in her own venture. She's registered her company, she's trying to create a solution, and she realizes by trying to implement that what she thought was going to work does not work. So what does she do? She reiterates, she changes that business model. And that's what we mean by learning to fail faster. So we get them to that point where they need to pivot, they need to incorporate real world data into whatever it is they're developing and realize that, okay, this is not working, I need to change to meet the dynamics of on the ground to implement this solution. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Emmanuel, and thank you again for the great question. I heard we need to wrap up. So I have one more question for you, which you need to answer in one sentence.
All right.
If that's okay.
I'll try.
If you would be the Minister of Education of the world, how would you reshape education for sustainable development in order to be as inclusive and equitable as possible? Think about it for just 10 seconds. In the meantime, I'll just, for myself, do a short wrap up what I heard. I heard a lot of interesting things, and I'm sure this is only the beginning of 3 days conference, but I heard the power of peer-to-peer learning. I heard the power of growth mindset. I heard a great example of using coding to open mindsets for young ones. I heard the importance of the integration of the SDGs and how they're all integrated. I heard also that learning works when it's contextualized. I learned that learning comes from failures. I also understood that technology and innovation can be very, very important, but we have to make sure it's accessible. And I also learned that policies are one thing, but implementing it, looking at the barriers and tackling these barriers, breaking down those walls, is even more important. But I'm also curious, as ministers of education for the world, Sandra, what would be your one sentence you want to share?
Well, that's a hard one because it's hard to put into one sentence, but I think one thing I would state is how can we set clear expectations from the beginning? So how do we, yes, there's a vision, but again, implementation. So what are the strategies to implement that vision? So going back to that clear expectation setting. So are we looking at accessibility? Are we looking at how can we include everyone in those expectations that we have, right? I think that's one thing I would point out. Set out clear expectations, make it clear what your goals are, what are your objectives, and then strategize how to implement them and actually implement them from the beginning.
Clear expectations, working towards that vision. Thank you, Sandra. Emmanuel.
I think for me it's quite, I would simplify it. Learning happens everywhere, so get out of the classrooms. The classrooms actually, to an extent, if we really dig and we really look between the lines of current research, the classrooms limit learning. So get out of the classrooms and go out into the real world and learn, because 80% of the learning happens out there. So break down and get rid of those walls, go out in the classroom, go out in the real world and solve problems and apply your experiences and pool knowledge. So that's what I would say.
Great, thank you. The next Minister of Education.
Yeah, you know, one cannot clap with one hand. For Africa to get rid of this, you know, a problem, to just break these barriers, maybe we need million hands, a million and a million hands. In that case, what we need is, you know, to involve all stakeholders. Without that one, including the private sector, which is the missing gap in the case of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, John.
Yeah, thank you. I think there is quite impressive progress over the years. We've seen a lot of good policies across, and what is lacking is implementation, as my colleague said. But if I made the Minister of Education, I'd look at two major areas. One is improving learning outcomes. I understand that you cannot, it's very difficult to learn when you cannot read. We need to look at how best we can make sure that our children can read. Two, I would invest more resources into the education sector, because I believe the education sector needs to attract the best brains in the world. If we can't attract the best brains, it might be difficult to achieve quality education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. See here, the 4 ministers of education for the world. Thank you so much. Thank you, the audience, for participating. And now we have a well-deserved lunch. Thank you, and see you this afternoon. I think the sessions will start a little bit later. I guess around 3. We have 1 hour for lunch. I invite you to keep on talking about this important subject, and also keep on talking with the great panel here. Thank you again so much, Sandra, Emmanuel, Tekalin, John, thank you.
Hello, sir. Yes, congratulations to everyone, the presenters, the listeners, and everyone in between. We're going to be headed out for our lunch. It's going to be served at the tent where actually we did our health break. And the notice is that there's going to be an online presenter at 3, and you are the key audience to that presenter. So I would highly encourage you to be here by 2:45. Is that possible? Because if it's all measured, and if he starts and no one is here, then that becomes a problem. So kindly enjoy your lunch, and we are here latest at 2:50 so that we get to listen to that person. Thank you so much again for the engaging day.
There is another one which is called Kids Africa 21, which is for Francophone countries. We work very closely with them, but we don't manage it. We manage Kids Africa 19. And so it's a small consortium. It's us, the African Union, and UNICEF. And the aim is to bring knowledge and innovation into policy. So it's called the Knowledge and Innovation Exchange, that's why it's KICS. Really to try to use the ideas better in policy making. And it's 19 because we managed to work that is taking place in 19 Anglophone countries. And the KICS 21 does the same thing for the 21 Francophone countries. Now, you know Africa well, you know that there are more than 40 countries. This targets countries which are low and middle income, and the countries essentially that benefit from funding from the Global Partnership for Education. These are the countries that we work on. Rwanda is one of them, and actually we hope to do a national dialogue on education policy in Rwanda one day soon, in the same way that we're doing it today in Nigeria. And the 6 themes of KICS are about teaching and learning. That's probably the most important one. Learning assessment, early childhood education, gender equality, leaving no one behind, so being inclusive, example for children with disabilities, and then the whole issue of the data challenge in education. So this is for my background, so that you know a little bit what ICPA, International Institute for Capacity Building, is doing. And so let me now go into the meat of the presentation. And my first section is about human capital wealth. The reason why I chose that is because I understand that your conference is placing the issue of education within the broad question of sustainable development. And one way to think about it, and there may be other ways, but one way is human capital wealth. So I'm going to explain that very in detail, but let me first explain what human capital wealth is. So human capital wealth, the definition is the present value, so the value today, of the future earnings of the current labor force. So you think about everybody working in a country, and some may have 40 years to go, some may have 20 years to go, some may have 2 years to go if they're close to retirement. We can compute the future earnings, and that is a form of capital, because it helps, it's an asset, people are an asset, in terms for countries to produce GDP. You also have produced capital. This is the results of investments. Think about factories, roads, things like that. And then you have natural capital. Think about forests in Rwanda, and then in Nigeria now think about oil. All those natural capital resources, some of them are renewable, forests are, others are not oil, right? So World Bank has been trying to estimate the wealth of nations, or we put it the changing wealth of nations, because the wealth of nations stated by Adam Smith a few hundred years ago. So the changing wealth of nations, we look at produced capital, natural capital, human capital, and then there's the small category, which is the net foreign assets. Now, what you have on the graph here is for sub-Saharan Africa as a whole, the trend in the components of wealth, and then the total, right? I mean, net foreign assets is a very small component. It's a financial accounting issue. But you can see that the gray bar, which is the human capital, has been steadily increasing, right? While there has been an increase in natural capital, produced capital, but not much. Right? And what you can see is that for the latest year of data that is available, that's the 2021 report, so the latest year is 2018, human capital accounts for 6% of sub-Saharan Africa wealth. And education is the driver in human capital. So it's very important. As countries grow, human capital actually becomes a larger part of the wealth of the country. And whatever we can do to improve human capital improves the national wealth. And think about the national wealth as your assets, right? What you use to produce gross domestic product, GDP, in the future. Now, if you look at per capita wealth, so you divide the national wealth by the number of people in your country, or in sub-Saharan Africa here, you more subdued, right? The increase in per capita wealth was 19% in 23 years, from 1995 to 2018. That's only 0.7% per year, right? Now, all those numbers are in real terms, by the way, so that takes into account inflation, right? But 0.7% per year is not a lot. And with that kind of growth in the continent as a whole, you're not going to reduce poverty and increase GDP very fast, right? There is growth, but one of the issues in sub-Saharan Africa that I do want to mention is the issue of the large gender gaps in earnings, right? Men and women do not earn the same. Typically, women in most of the countries in the world earn only about 2/3 of what men earn, and in Africa it's worse. And if women were able to have higher earnings, that would increase human capital, that would increase national wealth, and that would then also increase annual GDP and all of those measures. So what's the gender gap? How big is it? So my next slide, since I would assume that many of you are from Rwanda, so I can go back to the data. And what you have here is the per capita wealth of Rwanda in the last 10 years or so, 8 years, right, 2010 to 2018. As a reminder, as I mentioned it, national wealth is produced capital plus natural capital plus human capital plus net foreign assets. Right? In Rwanda, human capital amounts for about 64%. And my apologies for having Nigeria there on the slide, should be Rwanda. This is data for Rwanda. Right? Now, you have had gains in wealth per capita. I presented a slide today for Nigeria. In Nigeria, I think there was a decrease in per capita wealth over that area. What you see in the 2018 figure is two additional little bars, right? First, there is in Rwanda elsewhere a lot of inequality in earnings, and that means that human capital wealth for women is much lower than human capital wealth for men. And I'll just put on the visual there, in a shaded area, half of the gaps in human capital that you would have between men and women, just half, right? And then I put on top 10% higher human capital if we were able to reduce population growth. That's important in Rwanda and elsewhere. Still, we have higher per capita wealth. So what I'm trying to say here is that for many, many African countries, there is huge gender inequality in earnings that reduces human capital wealth and reduces wealth. And on top of that, the gender inequality affects fertility, which affects population growth, and in some countries that prevents them from a demographic transition that would lead them to what is called demographic dividend. So this is my transition then to the second part of the presentation, where I'm going to focus on girls' education, child marriage, and early childbearing. So if you look at global estimates of child marriage, and this is from work in the figures back of the World Bank, you see that sub-Saharan Africa, which is the red line in this graph, there was some decline in child marriage over time, but it's very, very mild. It's not progressing much. There is much, much more progress in South Asia, and that's thanks to India in large part. There's also a lot of progress in Latin America. But Africa is right now the region of the world with the highest prevalence of child marriage. And in 2017, it was 35%. In some countries, it's much higher, where in Nigeria, it's higher. In Nigeria, it's the highest in the world. So, what we try to do at the World Bank, and I'm doing some of this work at BA as well, we try to make an investment case for educating girls, knowing that educating girls, and I'll explain why, is the best way to reduce child marriage and to reduce also early childbearing. So child marriage is a union, whether it's formal or informal, before the age of 18, while early childbearing is having a first child before the age of 18. But the framework is broader. We thought about the importance of educating girls for earnings and startup livings, and that relates to the gender gap in earnings that I mentioned before, the whole story about human capital wealth. Educating girls can help to reduce child marriage or childbearing, it can help to reduce fertility. The goal is not to reduce fertility, actually, the goal is to enable women to have the number of children that they would like to have. Many, many women have many more children than they would like. That then has an effect on population growth and can lead to a demographic dividend. But you also have effects of education for health, nutrition, and well-being of children, the agency and decision-making of women in adulthood, and even social capital institutions. I'm not going to go through all of that. It will take too much time. I'm going to explain a little bit of the reasoning, and then I'll share with you some of the material for Nigeria, because I also was told that you have quite a few people in the conference who are from elsewhere from Rwanda. But think about health and nutrition, for example. Child marriage would affect early childbirth and the first child before 18. That will have a large negative effect for the children who are born of a young mother. The risk of dying by age 5 or being stuck is much larger. Child marriage may also, or the lack of education, reduce the agency, contraceptive use, other things. This then leads to higher fertility rates and higher population growth, and all of this leads to welfare losses. And if I want to take another example, child marriage affects educational attainment and vice versa. Educational attainment affects child marriage, both affect fertility, which affect labor force participation, which affect earnings. There are lots of different interactions here. Actually, this is a very, very stylized graph, so you have to be a bit careful when you do the empirical work or you do this. Now, I mentioned that I would share some findings from Nigeria. So I'll spend about 10 minutes on that, and then I go through the third topic of the presentation. So, in Nigeria, about 40% of girls still married before the age of 18 nationally, and we have about 1 in 4 girls that have the first child before the age of 18. In Rwanda, the proportions are much, much lower. Here are maps of low secondary completion for girls, the left map, child marriage, the prevalence, the middle map, and then early childbearing, the right map. You can see right away from these maps that there are very clear links. If you have higher lower secondary completion rates for girls, you have lower child marriage in the south and lower childbearing, and the reverse in the northern part of the country. Now, for the meeting today, I did those little scatter plots, which provide some of those data at the level of states. And I was really surprised by how strong the correlation was. It's high correlation in virtually all the countries. It's high across countries, but in Nigeria it shows very high across states. What you see on the left is child marriage on the horizontal axis, lower secondary completion for girls on the vertical axis. You have the states as dots, and then you have a trend line. And that trend line explains 89% of the variation. What that means is that the variation in child marriage rates across states explains 89% in the univariate simple regression of the variation in low secondary completion rates by states. So child marriage actually affects education, and education affects child marriage. It goes both ways. Now, the graph on the right actually goes one way, mostly. So you see that child marriage on the bottom. On the top, you have, on the vertical axis, early childbearing. And again, that little univariate regression explains 84% of the variation, right? So 84% of the variation in the rates of early childbearing in Nigeria or states seem due in part to child marriage. And that actually goes really one way, not both ways. You can look at the detailed age of marriage and the detailed age of the first birth in the data, the table, DHS data essentially. And you can see that really in most cases, early childbearing follows the marriage, especially in very conservative societies. Now, I did mention something about fertility and population growth, which matter for a lot of African countries. Maybe a bit less because I think your population growth rates are lower in Rwanda than I haven't checked actually. What you have here is again for Nigeria. You can see on the left graph with the orange line that the population growth rate has not changed very much. The fertility rate, which is the number of births per woman, has decreased quite a bit. That's the left axis. But that has not yet led to a reduction in population growth. And the reason why is because you have a lot of women of childbearing age who are Now, what I find very, very important for the countries that have a high population growth rate, like above 2%, Africa as a whole is 2.6%, I think. Nigeria is 2.4%. Is that if you were providing universal secondary education for all girls, which would also actually almost end child marriage because the girls would get married after 18, you would have a very large reduction in total fertility. These are the estimates for Nigeria. In blue, the contribution of universal secondary education. In orange, the contribution of ending child marriage. These are in percentage terms, it's a percentage from the base. And you can see that for both data sets, the 2013 DHS, 2018 DHS, you get a reduction in fertility of about 20% or more. And this is a much, much larger reduction than what you would get with other measures that relate to, for example, family planning. Right? And so there's a huge benefit in terms of improving standards of living in many countries that have high population growth by providing education, ending child marriage, and so women can better manage how many children they have over their lifetime. And this can lead to a demographic transition, which in turn leads to a demographic dividend, and that can have really large economic impacts. Now, I just wanted to mention also another example of analysis. This is the issue of under-5 mortality and under-5 stunting. I'm showing under-5 mortality here on the slide. What's happening is that the story is a little bit different here. What's happening is that education, universal secondary education, would have a very large effect in reducing the risk for children of dying before the age of 5. Right? At the margin, that means for the children who are born of mothers who were younger than 18 when they were born, at the margin, child marriage, and more precisely, early childbearing, so the fact that the mother has the child before she is 18, that leads to a much higher risk of under-5 mortality for the child. But when you look at it nationally, the impact is lower, and that's the graph on the right side. You can see that universal secondary education for girls plus ending early childbearing would actually, the simulation is about 75%, reducing early childbearing by 75%. That would reduce under-5 mortality rate in Nigeria by, again, 1/5 in the 2018 data set. It's larger in the 2013 data set. But the big contribution here is education as opposed to reducing early childbearing. And so that's why I said it was a little bit of a twist, is that the marginal impact for the child who is born of a mother younger than 18, so the risk of dying by age 5 is much, much larger when the mother is very young. But only a small part of children are born of mother younger than 18 when they were born, right? And that's typically between 5 and 10% of all children, because that mother will have children later on, and then mothers will have children after 18, not before 18. And so, even though the marginal impact for those children is large, the total impact is not large because the marginal impact affects only a small share of birth. But still, you can see that again, for a health indicator here, the impact of education for girls is very large. I'm going to go now to some qualitative work, and that's part of the story I want to tell about Nigerian communities. And this relates to why do people drop out of school? And here I think that there might be quite a few similarities to the data that we could get for Rwanda, for example, right? If you ask in focus groups, this is actually not focus groups, this is much better than focus groups, it is ethnographic work, and it's with a colleague from University of California at Berkeley, and has teams in Niger, has teams in Nigeria. They spend months living in the villages, they know much better what's happening than if you tell me English or if you come out, right? Which is not the great or the best way to do it. In fact, I did it myself. But those ethnographers really spend time and understand the community. And what comes out is that you have a number of reasons why girls and boys actually drop out. But poor learning outcomes, right, and failing at primary school completion exams are major ones that prevent the kids, boys and girls, to go to secondary school. Then in secondary school, when the girls go higher, the issue of child marriage and pregnancies affect them, of course, much more than boys, and boys are typically not affected. But the issue of learning matters. And so that comes from the qualitative work, this ethnographic work, but it comes also from surveys. And this was something I presented here today because we were in Nigeria, and host communities are a very large part of the country. The host communities are also part of Niger, and the data on the right is actually from Niger. And what you see here is the reasons in primary school with two different surveys from Niger about why the kids drop out of school. In the first survey from 2018-19, you see that the lack of learning, it's in French, I apologize for learning, it's not just in French. So lack of learning is a key reason. In the second survey, there are other reasons. Social norms is the fact that too many kids start schools much too late for the primary issue, and certainly could be gender norms, for example. But in Niger, in many other countries of West Africa, and I will bet the same is true for you, Rwanda, lack of learning in primary school is really leading to a lot of dropouts. Now, let me go then to this example of one intervention, which I like very much. It's not cheap, but it works. This is from the Center for Girls' Education in Nigeria. They adopted the idea of safe space, which typically is a safe space reserved for girls. So let's say they talk with a female mentor, they might talk and might learn about issues of sexual and reproductive health, life skills, and so on. And for this program, actually, the Center for Girls' Education did not start the program right away. They really spent their time understanding what was going on in the communities and asking to parents what do they want. And the parents said, yes, we are happy with the Safe Space Club, and it was created after school, but we want it to focus in large part, at least in part, on strengthening college and university kids, which we're lacking. And I mentioned that statistics earlier in my presentation. Still today, 9 in 10 children in sub-Saharan Africa are not able to sit and place by age 10 and understand it. Right? And so they spent a lot of time in those safe spaces to focus on interest in university apart, but also talking about the other stuff, right? And sexual and reproductive health, life skills, and so on. But the result was a huge increase in the transition from primary to secondary school. We are not talking here about 10-20% from, we are talking about 50-60% percentage points, right? A huge increase. And the reason why is because they really listened to what the community wanted. They brought in everybody. So the faith leaders are completely behind the program, the parents, of course, the French leaders and the former leaders in the community. So it's a big success story. And literature tells us that you often need financial incentives, and I do agree that, especially as the girls become older, if you want to keep them in school, we need financial incentives often, or economic incentives, more than financial. It's something that helps offset the opportunity cost of schooling. But focusing on better learning in primary and the primary passing the exams and certainly is very important, very important. And this is about the literature review, I won't go into it. And one argument that I like to make, which I didn't make just 1 year ago, but then the data really convinced me when I look at it more carefully, is that apart from the interventions that we can put at the upper secondary level for girls' education, we need to focus at the primary level on foundational skills and foundational learning, reading, math, things like that. Because if you succeed at that, then there are very clear guidance from the literature on what to do, which I can discuss later on if there is time. But if you succeed at that, then you have a much larger cohort of girls going through, including to the upper levels. Now, these are the past. We need the basic condition. There's a huge work for teachers. This is what we have for the Institute, school principals. We need many more women in those roles. Using PASEC data, some of you might know that data that's about student assessments in Francophone Africa. when you have a woman who's a teacher and a principal when you have a woman who is a teacher or a woman who is a principal, that has positive effects for boys and girls, which are very, very large. We still need to target interventions and then do something about social norms. Now, I have another area which is faster, that would take me about maybe 7-10 minutes to go through. If I've not taken too much time, I can go through this. Climate shocks and education for sustainable development, and then I will open it up for discussions. So if you don't have anything, I'll just continue. This is something very different, and I thought I would bring a separate theme because I believe that many of you have many different interests, right? And Jan told me that this is a conference for education for sustainable development. One aspect is the issue of climate. And so we are finalizing a small analysis of data for 10 countries. This is with a survey that is common to the 10 countries. And we are looking at two things. We're looking at what's the impact of climate shocks and other shocks on educational outcomes for boys and girls. And we are also looking at whether migration helps or does not help to cope. I'm not going to talk about migration today, but I want to share a few quick results about the climate shocks. Actually, it's all shocks, but climate is the biggest one. So we have informational shocks, climate as I mentioned, but also conflict and violence. And we have different outcomes, the classic educational outcomes, child marriage, child labor, choice of schools and work in adulthood, although I won't spend much time on that. And we can assess the impact. It's not on RCT, it's not quasi-experimental, but the data is pretty good, and you can control for many things. So there's a good potential impact study here. And the analysis is based on the pool sample for the 10 countries, just works better. So these are the exposures to shocks. This is West Africa, there are many Sahelian countries. What you see in orange is the fact that the household may be affected by a shock in the last 3 years. It goes up to 46-47% for Burkina Faso. But across the sample, it's of the order of a fourth to a third of the households being subjected to a shock in the last 3 years. These are major shocks, right? There is some small shock. Droughts is the biggest one, and then all the other shocks, other types of other shocks like floods, that's the biggest one. But also conflicts are reported by the households. Now, the silent countries in the set are the ones most affected. Not surprising, given the high risk of droughts, but also floods there. Now, these are some of the outcomes, and I focus here on education. I can tell you that the outcomes of child marriage, for example, are there too. So what you have here is just statistics where you have different measures of educational outcomes, and then it's a comparison between the children who live in households that are not affected by shocks and the children who live in households that are affected by shocks. So the households not affected are in blue, the affected are in orange again, and you can see systematically, there's one exception, that the households, actually there's no exception, to be correct, I'll explain a bit more. But for literacy in alien language or in French, or for enrollment, if the child was in a household affected by shocks, the child has a much lower probability. It's 5 to 10 points lower, depending on what we look at, to be enrolled or to be literate than a child not affected by shocks. Now, H4 grade, where you have the reverse, where the affected bar is longer than the not affected bar, H4 grade is actually a measure of how far students are from where they should be. And so it's defined in the reverse way. So a higher value for that indicator is bad. And that's why you have a higher value that is bad for those affected by shocks, which is those not affected. Now, I have the regression analysis. I didn't put it on the slide. But once you control for a lot of other variables, you get very similar results, meaning almost as large as what you see statistically. So not surprisingly, climate shocks and other shocks affect educational outcomes for children dramatically. Now, I'll have 2 more slides before finalizing. The presentation, this is something I did a week ago for a webinar that my colleagues at UNESCO who work on education for sustainable development organized for West Africa, and asked me to present about some of our work. This is actually their work, and it shows that in the curriculum of education system, the issue of sustainable development is basically not very much present. And here, Africa is not doing bad. That just means that it's mentioned somewhere. It doesn't mean that it's extensive. But even in Africa, in more than 2/3 of the countries, there is no mention whatsoever of the issue of sustainable development and climate in the curriculum that students are taught. And they need to be taught about this because they will need to adapt. Teaching kids, I mean, may not be as rapid in terms of impacts, but it's fundamental down the road for every one of us to be more responsible related to mitigating the effects and preventing extreme climate change. And this is another graph. I'm not going to go through it too quickly, but it shows the level of content that there is. And what you have is that essentially, even when there is something, when something is mentioned, there is almost no actual content, meaning that it will be mentioned here and there. It's actually often mentioned more in science classes than the other classes, like social sciences and things like that. But bottom line is that we are not preparing today the kids, the students, to learn about those issues to try to make a change tomorrow. So that was it. I hope I was not too long. I hope some of this was interesting to some of you. But I stand ready to answer questions. And I chose two topics, I mean, gender and climate, because to me they're very important. But I hope also that what I started with on human capital wealth and the importance of it will remain in your minds. This is the largest wealth of nations, and UNESCO is the largest part of it. Thank you. Not UNESCO, sorry. Education is the largest part of it.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Quentin, it was most brilliant. Congratulations. We are that impressed. It's also a major argument for the interconnectivity of all those sustainable goals. You made a very strong argument to take care of this interrelationship between fulfillment and involvement. Just may I, from my side, because we are indeed definitely running out of time, but just two questions from my side, very short answer perhaps, and then I will give immediately the mic to the floor. First is how to involve civil society. And I know that you are very strong supportive of involvement of civil society. So could you perhaps raise a few comments on that? And secondly, on accountability of public authorities. I had it last week an international conference on South African closure of rural schools. And we could argue vis-à-vis public authorities in the provinces and departments of education that they did not follow due process. They did not follow procedures of consultation, involvement of parents, of local communities, and so on closing rural schools. But the agenda you proposed this afternoon is of course not just dealing with civil society, with parental responsibilities, schools, school educators, principals, but also definitely of the state. Could you focus shortly on both aspects, civil society and the state? Yes, Quentin.
Well, I mean, very briefly, right, because you said that we didn't have much time. Civil society is, of course, very, very important. I mean, I left the business world many years ago to join civil society before I went to the World Bank. So at ICBA, we work quietly with many civil society organizations. I think that they can bring unique perspectives. I mean, the civil society organization that I used to work with before joining the World Bank was on extreme poverty. They were really understanding much better how to try to reach the last mile, the very poor, in education and other areas, because they were working so closely with the beneficiaries, if you will. And one of the things that I always kept in my mind from my time with them is that you don't build projects or interventions on the problems of the poor. You build interventions on their aspirations. And there's a very interesting case study that they did that was always okay in my mind about some programs that they were trying to do about early childhood, and once they framed it as the aspiration for the child and the parents, it worked beautifully. Before it did not. But so, no, working with civil society is very important, and that is linked to your second point. Civil society is essential for accountability, obviously, because civil society play a role in keeping governments or even international organizations such as mine or the World Bank, where I was before. I mean, everybody has to be accountable, and so civil society plays a role for that. Now, if I think about accountability in education in Africa, so I would say that my main concern, or one of my main concerns, and I don't know anything about the examples you gave, Jan, so I cannot comment on that. But one of my main concerns is about the level of petty corruption in service delivery in Africa. And so I did some work recently with what is called the Afrobarometer. This is a very nice opinion survey that is implemented almost in all countries, I mean, not all, but, and we have 5 or 6 years of data so we can see how things evolve over time. And what you see is two things. Whether it's health, whether it is administration, whether it's police, whether it's education, whether it's water and electricity, there is a massive amount of petty corruption. What that means is that you ask in the surveys, did you have to do a favor to get the service you needed? And many people say yes. Education is actually the lowest of all of them, but it's about 25%, and it hasn't improved over the last 10, 15 years. And I think that this issue is then related to a number of other issues that affect student learning, including the issue of teacher absenteeism, right? And so the reason why there is petty corruption, the reason why there is absenteeism, actually I shouldn't say the reason why, I mean the reasons why, there are many reasons, right? And you want to hold teachers accountable, but you want to also make sure that teachers are in a position that they can make a decent living in the job that they do, which is often not the case, right? I mean, all of those issues are very complicated. And I made that point about wages because it links to then the macro issue. Wages are the largest category of expenditures of government, right? And that relates to the debt issue, with many countries now being in high debt and not being able to spend more on education. And so all of these issues are very complex and intercorrelated, but in short, yes, civil society is very important, accountability is very important, and we hope to do some work on that at UNESCO ICPA. Back to you.
Hello, thank you so much. I'm called John Mugabo from civil society. I have one question and a request. The question is, when you were presenting, you talked about dropouts, and one of the top reasons for dropout is learning outcome and the cost. We have been advocating for increased investment in education for so long, for many years, but we are seeing a decrease in investment in education across Africa. And I would want to learn from you what you would suggest as the best way forward to ensure that we have more investment from different stakeholders in education. The second is a request. We were not able to see well most of the presentations. I don't know if you would be able to share with us some of the findings, because they are really good to inform our work. Thank you.
So the second is quick, because I think I shared with Jan just half an hour ago the presentation. I think there is nothing confidential in there. So Jan, if you want to print it and do it, there's no problem with me. Just note that, for example, what I presented on Nigeria are still preliminary, and we shared a number of briefs here, but they're all preliminary, and so we'll just check that everything is right. But the broad story should be right. So even if some numbers change slightly. So on your first question, I mean, increasing funding for education is a key objective of UNESCO. I mean, we had what is called the Transformation Summit in New York a few months ago. A number of commitments are being made. This is a very tough period because many countries were highly indebted and then got more debt because of the response to COVID. Some have been in recessions, so budgets are not great. But hopefully, I mean, there will be more investments. Now, I'll add, and you won't be surprised that I'll add that, the quality of the spending is at least as important as the level of the spending. And if I think of one of the areas of teacher professional development, I mean, since we are doing a lot of work on that, and many others have done work on that. If a lot of professional development for teachers doesn't really work well, you have to think very carefully on how you do it. Things where you have coach, mentor, where you have actually follow-up after a training event, where you have teachers who can be together at the school level or across schools to discuss pedagogy, where you measure how teachers do, and you can provide feedback, not to do an evaluation and to affect wages, no, just to improve pedagogy. So that all of those things can help, and we need to move to much better quality in the interventions that we are doing apart from the amount of funding, right? I think that the quality is probably actually the more important part, but we do need the funding, and I agree with you that there is some difficulty there right now. Back to you.
Thank you so much. Well, we are definitely running out of time content, although many other questions should be raised and have to be raised and will be raised, but we have to stop it here and move quickly to the next session, SDSN session. We will spread, if you accept, disseminate your text, your slides to the audience. If you will send me them, that will be highly appreciated. Thank you so much indeed, Quentin, and safe trip home. Well, home to your basic location. Let us please appreciate clapping hands. Thank you, Quentin. See you very soon back. Voilà, now we are moving.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. So we are moving now to the last SDSN chapter on crucial issues again. Could we invite Peter Bollaert and the other colleagues for the last sessions come to the forefront, to the panel? Peter, are you coming to the panels? And could you bring your panel members with you? Yeah, so panel members indeed are invited to keep seated so that they can look at the presentation done by Peter Bollaert. It's just a pleasure, Peter, to have you here. To introduce Peter Bollaert is not an easy task, to be honest. He's a member of many capacities. He's dealing as a social entrepreneur. That is one of his leading specificities, social entrepreneur. And he did it in so many ways. He's a professor at leading institutions, higher institutions, so Ghent and Management School. He's a writer, he's a thinker, he's a debater, he's invited speaker that often, big press. Agencies also asking him, demanding him on SDG so often. And he is not just a theorist or a speaker, he's an activist. He's implementing his ideas definitely on so many issues. And he raised the CIFAL, with the leading agency on human rights and SDGs. He organized so many other organizations and institutions and companies, NGOs, companies, is really fabulous. And we will love to have his presentation in 1 second. But let me first go a little bit to the content. Peter, I'm a critical friend of the SDGs. Because we need them, definitely. On the other side, the SDGs have to be rephrased. And it's not just about the implementation and the implementation and the implementation of the SDGs, and there's about monitoring and legislation and good governance, but it's also about having a critical view on the future role of the SDGs, 2030. As I mentioned, some figures shocking figures this morning. And for instance, I'm a professor of law, and having the immediate functioning of international law on basic education, it's in contrast with the 2030, let's say, achievements on SDGs. So there is a confrontation. I've started a group of human rights experts on let us use the opportunity to have a better understanding and a better reading of SDGs for the future. Yeah, I'm dealing also with, of course, the 4 A's on human rights, availability of schools and of public health institutions, on accessibility, on adaptability, and on acceptability. All those norms you are quite familiar with, we are quite familiar. But I'm raising also all other 4 A's. As a chargé de mission, I submitted my report, and I took 4 other A's, namely the awareness of SDGs and of human rights, and of right to public health and right to education, for instance, awareness. Advocacy, NGO sector. Then accountability, for that reason I mentioned, raised that question, accountability. And adequacy, and perhaps also autonomy of NGOs and autonomy of the teacher in schools. It's not up to the bureaucrats to define definitely what would be the content-linked role of teachers to some extent. So a new reading of international, and I'm definitely sure that that Peter will embrace all those issues as he is the expert, not just through readings and through publications, but also by action. Peter, you have the floor.
We, the peoples of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generations from the scores of war, which twice in our lifetime has brought untold sorrow to mankind, and to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights, in the dignity and worth of the human person, in the equal rights of men and women, and of nations, large and small, and to establish conditions under which justice and respect for the obligations arising from treaties and other sources of international law can be maintained, and to promote social progress and better standards of life in larger freedom. And for these ends, to practice tolerance and life together in peace with one another as good neighbors, and to unite our strength to maintain international peace and security, and to ensure by the acceptance of the principles and the institution of methods that armed force shall not be used, save in the common interest, and to employ international machinery for the promotion of the economic and social advancement of all peoples, have resolved to combine our efforts to accomplish these aims, and therefore we have set up the United Nations. Dear all, thank you so much for inviting me this afternoon in this amazing conference on this topic of education and the SDGs. Thank you, Jan, for the introduction. Indeed, the reason why I'm here is this text. It's a very little booklet. It's the Birth Act of the United Nations, 1945. That's why we are here. It's the global organization on peace, security, human rights, and sustainable development. And it's from that perspective that I want to share some ideas, some learnings, because we can learn every day again. My name is Peter Wollaert. I'm a Belgian citizen, and I'm managing director of CIFAL Flanders. CIFAL is a French abbreviation, Centre International de Formation pour des Autorités Locales, and it's connected with UNITAR. UNITAR is the United Nations Institute for Training and Research with headquarters in Geneva. Belgium, a very small country. We could be brothers and sisters because it's more or less the same group of countries like Rwanda, 11.5 million people, 3 communities, the Flemish community, Brussels, the French-speaking community, and we set up a political structure to organize those communities in our little but also, like Rwanda, very nice country. CIFAL Flanders is one of the 29 CIFAL centers around the globe. And the CIFAL centers are training centers of the United Nations on the big topics of the United Nations: peace and security, human rights, sustainable development. And I have a premiere for you this afternoon, because only yesterday I visited Rwanda Corporation, and at Rwanda Corporation we have an agreement that in May of this year there will be a new CIFAL center here in Kigali in Rwanda. We need to work together on which topics they will address, but I'm very, very glad that here for the Great Lake region we have a CIFAL center. In Africa we have other centers, like in Senegal, like in South Africa, but within a couple of months also here in Kigali. What is indeed, congratulations for Rwanda to have made that choice. So, new colleague. When we look at the methodology of the CIFAL centers and of UNITAR, it's very important. Indeed, it's about knowledge, it's about training and learning, but no knowledge and no training and learning without ownership. Without ownership. It needs to be personalized. You all know the expression, and in English and in French, learning by heart. Learning by heart. We are learning through our hearts. Apprendre par cœur. Par cœur, not by our heads. Learning is something that is about our hearts, our passions. And that is that ownership. From ownership, we can go to action. When we know what we are, how we are, what we want to do, we can go to action. And from action, we can build on international cooperation. This is action learning methodology that is used at UNITAR. And I will address 5 questions today. The first one is your educational model future-proof? Future-proof means ready for the future. Means, are you a trend watcher? What is happening in the local society here? What is happening in the international society? And are those trends impacting our work as teachers, as pupils in the schools? Do we know the major trends that can impact us in a positive or negative way in our work as educators? Second question is your educational model part of problems or part of solutions? And indeed, educational models can be part of problems. Or we want to go for solutions, but through the quest for solutions, we arrive in new problems, the complexity of sustainability. Third question is your educational model a change maker? How innovative is it? And innovation doesn't mean that we need to bring in new things. Innovation can be also looking backwards. What was done generations ago and what worked already in our educational models. The fourth question is our educational model a game changer? Do we want to work to transitions to transform our society? And last but not least, does your educational model is SDG proof? SDG proof means two things. At the one hand, yes, we want to organize our educational model in such a way that the SDGs are integrated in this model. But it also means that we are working on the SDGs to be co-creator of the SDGs, to be co-achiever of the SDGs. And you all know, and in some African countries it's still used, the former agenda was the Millennium Development Goals agenda. And indeed, achieving universal primary education was one of the goals, goal 2, the last 15 years between 2000 and 2015. But indeed, we could do better. And therefore, in the new agenda, starting in 2016, they retook the topic of education. I really want to mention the idea of the SDGs is coming not from the Western world. The idea of the SDGs comes from Colombia, from this lady, Patty Londoño, from Colombia. She was at that time vice minister. And indeed, and sorry for us men, sustainable development is a history of strong women. We had Brundtland in 1987. We have Carter even earlier in the 70s. We have this lady, Londoño, who said we need to open the MDGs towards the SDGs. We have Amida Mohamed, who is the leading lady at the UN on the SDGs, and I can continue. And then Ban Ki-moon, the architect of this agenda, said, okay, we need to form a panel, a global panel, with a lot of ladies, to form a post-2015 agenda. That was done in 2012. The result was they took over the idea of Colombia, and in September 2015, the United Nations members, all 193 of them, approved this resolution, this text, this new resolution. When we look at the MDGs and the SDGs were indeed leaving no one behind, a set of goals from a social perspective. Only one environmental goal, one. And then you see, those are the bottom line MDGs, and then you see the difference with the new agenda. What happens? First, the social pillar remains the social pillar. But the ecological pillar of sustainable development is enlarged from one global topic to 5 very specific topics, working on water, on air quality, on biodiversity, you name it. I think there is something happening here on my screen, but I don't know. I need to accept. Okay, I will accept. So I have accepted your message. Okay. So I was talking about the enlargement of the ecological pillar of sustainable development. Thirdly, prosperity. There was in the Millennium Development Goals agenda not a link with trade, not a link with enterprises, not a link with economics. So we added a prosperity link, investing in sustainable development. Another point was they added peace. Maybe it's strange to say from a UN perspective that in the Millennium Development Goals agenda, peace was not mentioned. So this was also a new thing. And last but not least, at the end, we had those 17 goals with as primary goal the partnership goal that is the same as 8 in the MDG agenda. This text, this resolution, is the summary of the work of the United Nations. It's about sustainable development, peace and security, and human rights. But when we look at the 17 SDGs, we have indeed a lot of SDGs on sustainable development. Indeed, we have an SDG on peace, 16. And what about human rights? There is indeed not an SDG on human rights. Peace, very important, is mentioned. I even dare to say, no sustainable development without peace. No peace without sustainable development. We are a country that was twice, last 100 years, in war. Also, your country struggled with a huge war. In that context, you cannot build on sustainable development. You cannot build on human rights. So, where is the human rights issue in this text? And indeed, the Charter of 1945, the birth certificate of the UN, is a very important text. But then the second important text is 1948, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. 30 articles. And, indeed, Article 26 is about the right to education. This is a suggestion. Please bring this in the curricula. In my opinion, pupils should know the Universal Declaration of the Human Rights and should know how to adapt those human rights to their own personal situation and their own context. The right to education, Article 26 in the Human Rights Universal Declaration. And indeed, Ban Ki-moon, the architect of the SDGs, always underlined that this Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development is a human rights agenda, an operational agenda. But how? Because there is not an SDG on human rights. Well, you can link all the SDGs with important human rights disclosures. So when you look, for example, at SDG 1 on poverty alleviation, you can link that SDG with several texts from the UN tradition of 77 years nowadays of human rights disclosures. And that's very important. When we are working on the SDGs, we can also directly link our work with human rights texts. The most used image on the SDGs is what we call the postcard model. But when we look at this postcard model, we have some questions. The first is the meaning of the colors. The second is the line of numbers. Colors Indeed, the colors don't have a meaning. It's marketing. SDG 3 is on health and well-being and is in green. And then you should expect maybe this is an ecological one. Secondly, a lot of people asked me during my lectures last years, why is 10 on 10 and 7 on place 7? Is there a logic? Well, yes and no. But to be honest, a good journalist at the end of the procedure to finalize the text could be an added value for the UN. So you have a lot of overlaps in the text, and at the same time, it's a compromising text of 193 countries, so you can understand that sometimes you need, for example, academics to see which format we can use to really use this text. I will only mention two. The first one comes from Geoffrey Sachs, Professor Geoffrey Sachs, who is the founding father of the SDSN networks in the world, the Sustainable Development Solutions networks. And he proposed to work around those 6 transformations, to regroup the SDGs, because working on 18 different topics is not that easy. And you see, leave no one behind on top. This is the link with human rights, and circularity and decoupling on the bottom of this slide. This is a very interesting approach, because you regroup topics in transformative processes, change management. We use, from a UNITAR perspective, what we call the gâteau de mariage, the wedding cake. You will never forget it anymore. The SDG agenda is a gâteau de mariage, a wedding cake. Look at the wedding cake, you know the format of a wedding cake. So you have 3 different lines of sustainability: the social pillar in red, the ecological pillar in green, and the prosperity pillar, economics, in blue. And for each of those pillars, you have several SDGs. And then I want to zoom in on the 2 new P's in this agenda: peace and partnership. You see, those are not horizontal, but are transversal. Why is it important? Because this agenda is not only an action plan, you can do a lot of actions, but is also a moral guide. We have targets, things to do. We have means of implementation. How will we do the things we want to do? And 3, SDG 16 is about values and ethical principles. Indeed, the Agenda 2030 is not only an action plan, but also a text on ethical values and on governance principles. Look on the screen. The word sustainable is mentioned in a text of 35 pages, 211 times. So indeed, this text is about sustainability. But look at the other words, and Jan mentioned already some of them with the A's. For example, accessibility is mentioned 52 times in the text. So having access to water, having access to education, having access to renewable energy is an essential idea in this text. Look at all the other words. Those are ethical concepts. It's about decency. It's about resilience. It's about accountability. It's about equality, etc., etc. So indeed, the text is about doing things, but the text is also about how to do things. And let's zoom in on the 16. In the logo, you have those 3 pillars: peace, justice, and strong institutions. Peace is clear. It's about how to deal with potential conflicts. We all know conflicts, personal ones, within our family, within our community. How do we deal with conflicts? Are we the guys who try to dialogue, to be in between, to try to find a solution? So that's a very important pillar of the SDG 16. How do we deal with taboos, with controversial topics in schools, etc., etc.? The second pillar is about justice, fairness. We can change a lot in our schools, in our educational models, but is it fair? Is it in line with leaving no one behind? Do we have an ethical code or a sort of charter to be in line with sustainability from an ethical perspective? And thirdly, strong institutions, it's about good governance, checks and balances in your organization, transparency, accountability. Those are the main aspects of SDG 16. SDG 17 is more complicated because in the name of the logo you only see the word partnership for the global goals. So indeed, it's about international support of development cooperation. It's about the 0.7% that rich countries, the global north, should invest in the global south. That's the main idea of 17. And the text says we can use 5 different means. Of course, it starts with money. We need money to do our things. Secondly, the text says we need technology. See this event. What should we do without the guys behind the desk to help us in this highly technological event today? ICT platforms. The third means is procurement. Which products, which services we use in the sustainability of our organization, of our school, of our methods. But also the idea of a good management tool that integrates sustainability. And last but not least, it's about local partners, working with local partners. But who are those local partners? Are we willing to work with the unusual local partners? The local partners that are not in our classical ecosystem, as NGO working together with a company, as company with a local government, as local government to working with a women activist group, etc., etc. So to open the mindset of our work, the stakeholders idea. So, to summarize this concept, we have the SDG wedding cake in the current text based on leaving no one behind. The bottom line is the social sustainability, poverty alleviation, gender equality, education, etc. And here starts the discussion on a global level whether this model is sustainable enough. Well, in academic literature, most of the critical voices on this text says this text is not sustainable enough. This text should start by saying all what we want to do needs to be organized within the planetary boundaries, within the concept of one Earth, Mother Earth, the Pachamama, planetary. So this is a huge debate. At the one hand, taking care of our planet, the ecological part. At the other hand, being inclusive and being in line with leaving no one behind. We cannot choose. It's an and story. The most used model of this planetary boundary model, and I will accept again, is the model of Kate Raworth, the model of the donut. economy. And here you see indeed that the future-proof world is a world that is within the limits of the ecological ceiling and building on a social foundation, the human rights. The ideal world is strengthening human rights and not going beyond the planetary possibilities of this world, of this earth. And therefore, you see the circle idea, the wheel. Therefore, we use, as CIFAL and UNITARS, the SDG wheel. This image is much more in line with a holistic strategic view than the postcard. Here you see the 5 Ps at the outer circle and the SDGs at the inner circle. And then you can do a lot of things with this agenda, in very practical things. For example, when we talk about a holistic approach on sustainability and education, what does it mean? What is quality education? Well, it's very simple in the Agenda 2030. You put your topic in the middle of the wheel, in this case SDG 4, SDG 4.7, and you check your quality education with all the other SDGs. And that means that you need to ask yourself, my quality education, how does it relate to poverty alleviation? My quality education, how does it link with sustainable production and consumption, with gender equality, with health and lifelong learning, etc., etc. This is the most pragmatic approach for a holistic approach of the SDGs. And I skipped 2 slides because you can do with this wheel a lot of different things. You can use the wheel as an implementation assessment tool. For example, in this case, do we have initiatives on a certain SDG? Yes or no? Are those initiatives ad hoc or strategic? Are they linked with the management plan, etc., etc.? So you can build up the ambition level of your strategy on sustainability. And therefore, we developed with CIFAL and UNITAR a program, a trajectory, to work on the implementation. Because we have really experienced working with the SDGs is tough, is complex, it's complicated. It's not that easy. And therefore we said we will build 3 levels of ambition: pioneering, championship, and ambassador. And in between, our Belgian ambassador is here, so he knows what it means to be ambassador. Pioneering means internal action. We need to have a good school, a good educational model that integrates sustainability, human rights, and peace in a transversal way. And for the teachers, and in the programs towards the children. The second step is impact and transition. That means we will take into account the impact on our communities. This is about knowing where you want to make the difference for the region, for your country. And thirdly, it's ambassador. Ambassador means the organization is well built inside from a holistic perspective on sustainability and is capable to present itself to the world, to be here on this stage and to tell the story on sustainability, not only to local people, but also to international community, to say, this is our case, this is how we do it, etc. And indeed, you can use this agenda in different ways, from an awareness perspective, from a management perspective, from a change management perspective, even from a transitional perspective. It depends on the phase of your journey towards being SDG proof. We have learned, certainly also with schools, higher education institutions, etc., that we need to work on 6 different chantiers, on 6 different working fields. And we start with learning. We need to learn about sustainable development. It's already mentioned just through the speaker before me. The concept of sustainable development is not yet included in a lot of curricula in our schools, in our universities, in our university colleges, etc. So this is a working point. Secondly, organize yourself. We need to have a good organogram, a good structure to support the idea of sustainability in the organization. And it's about organizational culture. We need to have an openness towards new ideas on sustainability in our organization. Thirdly, we need to write a lot of things on paper, formulate. Ideal, a vision text, ideal, a mission text, ideal also ambition levels, what do we want to achieve next 5, next 10 years? But also an action plan, what do we do now, what we will do within 2 years' time. And there we always suggest have 2 different parallel lines, the line of what we call the quick wins, things that are easy to do with no money, with no highly expertise, no time consuming, things that are really quick wins to do. And every organization can find a lot of quick wins in a mapping. And then you have a parallel line of the big issues of your school, of your model, of your teachings. Then we have implementation, of course. We need to do and implement. We need ideal evaluation system, a monitoring system, and last but not least, communication. Internally, sensitization, awareness creating, and externally, on your website, in your newsletters, on social media. Communicate on what you do. And not only the successes, it was also mentioned today. The best learnings are the learnings from failures. We learn a lot from failures, more than from successes. So those are our 6 working fields. And these are our 9 closing questions. You know the question on ecological sustainability. You know also the question on social sustainability. You know the one on economic financial sustainability, the prosperity line. What is important is also to take into account those 2 times 3 other questions, 3 for peace and 3 for partnership. How do you deal in the organization with aggression, with conflict, controversy, complaints, parents that complain, we are not agreeing with this or that. How do you deal with that sort of issues? Secondly, the justice and fair principle, values and integrity. The third principle is good governance within the structure of the organization. And then for partnership, which sort of partnerships? Are we intercultural, interreligious, intergenerational? This is key for sustainability. Intergenerational working, interreligious working, interdisciplinary working. Then the idea of international solidarity and collaboration. So I'm so glad that we could start in Sifal Kigali here. And then last but not least, the means to implement what you want to do. Those are the 9 questions for sustainability. And when organizations go through a trajectory, a process of ambition level, they can receive a UNITAR training certificate, in this case of completion. and maybe I need to, I don't know. We started with the first certificates in Belgium in 2018, so that's already 5 years ago. I will accept. Okay. For example, the Port of Antwerp was there, an agency of the Flemish government, but also a Brussels Airport Company was there. I flew with Brussels Airport Company to Kigali last Friday because they are working very hard on the ecological pillar on sustainability. And in between, we have more than 170 UNITAR awardees in Belgium. Pioneers and champions. We hope to achieve, and there are more in the running, more than 300 in the running, to achieve for our 10th anniversary at the end of the year, 500 pioneers and champions in Belgium. And I'm so glad to close my introduction that tomorrow, here nearby, we will hand over the first SDG Pioneer Certificate of Completion to a Rwandese social enterprise with as core business at the moment school, a primary school, almost 1,000 pupils, almost 100 teachers, and they will be the first SDG pioneer here in Africa, not only in Rwanda, but even in Africa. So congratulations already for Ruti Group. We will go in depth on this topic after my speech. I want to end by saying there are a lot of documents that you can use for primary schools, for higher education on how to work on the SDGs. Just Google on education and SDGs and you will find a lot of inspirational documents. You can find them also on our website. To end, I started my story to say why I do my job, because of the Charter of the United Nations. And indeed, we will need all of you to achieve the SDGs. So in the last ranking of 2022, the international ranking of the UN on the score of the SDGs, Rwanda is on place 124 on 163 measured countries. The top 20 countries are more or less the European Union countries, but with a lot of issues on climate change, on circularity, for example, renewable energy, etc. So a lot of issues. So even the countries that are on top of the list have a lot of work to do, still a lot of work to do. But I'm glad what I've learned yesterday during my meeting with Rwanda Cooperation is that the policy text of Vision 2050 for this country is linked with the pillars of the SDGs. So indeed, this country is aware of the fact that if you want to grow economically, socially, ecologically, in prosperity locally and internationally, this SDG agenda can be a very good guideline for today, for tomorrow, and for the future years. Last but not least, this can be a very tough story, a complex story to tell. So therefore, a lot of Belgian companies use often also another P, the P of pleasure. Don't forget that sustainability needs to be pleasant, that we need to laugh also now and then on the challenges where we're working for. I want to add also the P of passion. Without passion, I've referred to learning by heart. We are learning by heart through our heart and soul, not only through our brains. It's important to be passionate about the possibilities of this agenda, because I firmly believe, this is my first visit here in Rwanda, I visited earlier a lot of other African countries, but I see a lot of potential on working together on this, and regionally, in communities, on a national level, and on an international level. And you may know more than we in Western Europe. If you want to go far, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Thank you.
Yeah, the P also from patience, because indeed so many national governments, public authorities, are not that, let's say, accountable, fulfilling those SDGs. So patience, power, and also the potentiality, the potential of education, sustainable development goals. Thank you so much, Peter. It was quite impressive and ambitious indeed. What an agenda to be fulfilled.
Thank you, sir. Okay. And then maybe, Jan, you will introduce...
Immediately. So
okay.
let's go now to the second presentation, the PIFM presentation of Robert Morenzi. So the investment professional, very professional, the PIFM professional. Thanks so much, Robert. Robert is an investment professional from USB Bank for quite a long time, 5 years and 12 years in the private sector. He is currently managing director of the Kivu Capital, is an investment advisory firm, and a co-founder of the Ruti Group, a social enterprise. Robert, please tell us about your experiences, about your initiatives, and about your vision. Robert, you have the floor.
Thanks very much. Thanks for the invitation, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So I had a presentation to project here, and I guess it will be a bit less academic. It's simply we're going to present you in hopefully 5 minutes, or at least not more than 10, about Ruti Group. Indeed, as you mentioned, Professor, I'm an investment professional, so more in investment funds and real estate. So what am I doing here? But we've learned earlier, so we are unlearning to learn again, I guess. And in that capacity, I'm going to share how and why I am present here. So it is not in the, I would say, investment professional capacity that I'll be talking about, but more in the eyes of an investor or private sector that we would have towards education, and personally, or at least as far as Ruti Group is concerned, how we approached our initiative. So these will be the 5 topics covered now. So next slide, please. So this is a simple description of Ruti Group, which is a social enterprise. So social enterprise is defined by different people, different ways. I am an affiliate of the theory of Professor Yunus, which is that a social enterprise is it's a profit-making company. So we're chasing profit, but so no loss, but also no dividend company. So we're not there to make dividends or to pay ourselves high salaries. We don't actually get paid. But rather to kind of bring the corporate, the goods or the good practices from the corporate world to the development side.
and hopefully so make profit, but the profit would not go in the pockets of shareholders, but rather reinvested into further impact projects by expansion or by just diversification. So that's what Ruti Group is doing through our first project that we did, which is the École du Bon Berger. So 6 years ago, there was just a bush somewhere in Yamata, and my colleagues and I decided to invest from our own pocket, which were not deep, still not very deep, in a school, elementary school. Simple school. So that's Ruti École du Bon Berger in Yamata. Some of you might have heard about it. So we had an ambition of having just one small building with a kindergarten and serve, let's say, about 90 students. And 6 years ago, 6 years later now, we are approaching, I think, a bit more than 900 students, pupils, and around 100 people working at the campus. So 100, as people say, dignified and qualified jobs. At least the majority of the jobs are qualified. So we're talking about teachers, we're talking about admin, etc. So the way we did, you might say, but this is a private school and this is a non-government school, and what's different, what's sustainable, or at least more than others. So first of all, we believed that private sector or individuals had a big role to play in education, which is, as you say, perhaps the mother of all SDGs, SDG 4. And most importantly, affordable education, so affordable non-state or private education. So we have different ways of doing it. For example, we mobilize ourselves and our friends and our networks to mobilize equity investment. So it's not one person owning this whole project, but we put all together, just like in the corporate world, put some resources together. And unfortunately for Jan, build more walls for more students, because we still need walls. We need them, and now we have good facilities, and kids are enjoying it. And we have 3 pillars there. You can see autonomy, mixité sociale, bien-être, which is so autonomy. We have to be self-sufficient, not relying on donations, which if no longer available, then something stops. Social mixité sociale, so basically people coming from different backgrounds meeting at school, because as we know, most of our friends, most of our business partners, most of our life partners, most of the time we met them at school. So we think that building or elevating everyone from their situations, or at least the most vulnerable, they have to meet somewhere, and this is school. So for that, it has to be affordable and inclusive. The third pillar is the bien-être, which is the well-being, mostly for the staff. For our staff members, our teachers is our main focus when we talk about bien-être. So we try at least our best to make sure that we're in good conditions, and that way they can deliver what they have to deliver. So next slide. So the other thing is also, it's more looking forward, but still in the vision of Ruti Group, is to create synergies. And again, this is a concept that people from corporate world know very well. So if you have a construction company, real estate, then it is easier to merge with a cement manufacturing company, because then you can do some economies. So we can rely on each other and keep the economy circulating within the group. And this is what we're trying to achieve with the next 2 projects, which is the Good Food Company, so a catering company that will be using the multipurpose hall which will be used by the students themselves to supply food, even outside events, hosting at school after hours. So basically using those infrastructure for other purposes and generate revenues and fund more pupils at our school. So basically this synergy, creating synergy, is also something that we created, at least we want to implement to have the project running. And so far it's been successful, at least given the appetite, or at least the demand that we have for the school today, which is just phenomenal. We don't have enough room for, or enough walls for everyone, unfortunately, but hopefully we can get further. So next slide. Thank you. So, and sustainability, I close on this one. About, I think 2 years ago, during COVID, through our partners BoardShare, Jodebok, and our partners in Belgium, we were connected with CIFAL funders, which started to train our staff. So I recognize them. Say hi, Pamphile. Yeah, so that's our incredible SDG task force at the Ruti Group, and mostly at École du Bon Berger, which has been implementing a lot of programs. So it is about implementing SDGs, not in books, so that we learn by heart only, but also that they are actually a way of life at school. So we have, for the past, I think, 2 years, been able to collect our rainwater, which is about 600,000 liters that we collect. We have a very green garden. His Excellency the Ambassador will come tomorrow, and other people, you see how green it is. It's not only during rain season. It's also summertime, because we recycle the water from the washroom, for example, to irrigate our gardens, and this all year long. So we have different solutions, and but most importantly, our students, our pupils, they're learning how to live in a sustainable world, at least prepare for a sustainable life after, during, and after school. And what we've learned is that we have signs all over the campus, etc., and more parents, even community around, asking about SDGs, about sustainability. So this is more about what we do. I hope I did not go over 10 minutes. And yeah, thank you very much.
Robert, thank you so much for your presentation on activism, on initiatives you're taking in a very relevant sector. Thank you so much. We are quite privileged to announce you the arrival of the Vice Chancellor of the university. But before, of course, according to the good tradition, we are enabling you to raise questions, comments vis-à-vis both speakers, to Robert and to Peter. You are so modestly, let's say, placed at the back. Please, Robert, could you stand up or go to the forefront, because you're running away without taking your responsibility to answer critical comments and questions. So Peter, you also, and then we will invite the Vice Chancellor to come to the forefront. Yes, please.
Yeah, I have a question to the first presenter. His presentation was interesting. Even the second one was interesting. But my question is addressed to the first presenter. If the second one can also complement with an answer, it would be welcome. So, you talked about sustainable development goals. And I'm going to focus on one of them, peace. the world today is undergoing some wars. What do you think went wrong with the world to work together to prevent such events? And if you had the power to suggest a solution that would be implemented, what would you suggest to prevent such cases? Thank you.
This is the combining of the new appointment, Peter. So you are now appointed as the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Minister of Education. So please be ambitious. Don't be afraid.
Thank you so much for your question, but this is a tough one, you know. This is a question for the Security Council of the United Nations and not for me. But in the context of today, of this 3-day conference, so from an educational perspective, let's start there, because therefore we are here together. In my slides, I've mentioned indeed the P of peace with those 3 different elements of peace. And the second one is, do we learn how to mediate? So when there is a conflict, I've mentioned it, in your personal life, with friends, with family, in your organization, at your school, at your higher education institute, how you deal with the conflict. Because it starts there. It starts in interpersonal relations. A war starts always between people. So my first reflection should be, we need, and therefore I'm so glad that the topic of peace is included in this agenda, and indeed was not included in the Millennium Development Goals agenda as important topic, because for the UN it was clear what I've said already: without peace in your country, you cannot build on sustainable development. But the other way around is, I think, the second reflection as answer on your question. Without building on the concept of sustainable development, we will not achieve peace. When the gap, rich and poor, grows, when we pollute our rivers and seas and oceans, etc., 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 how to become a peaceful region, country, continent? People will be angry about this. People will be angry, will protest. So therefore, for me, here, this country is breathtaking from that perspective, from an ecological perspective. When I was walking around here in the city, it's amazing what you have done the last 2 decades in this country. So I'm convinced that, first of all, it needs to be integrated in our curricula, learning how to dialogue, learning how to mediate, not directly going to court and to oppose, but try to find a compromise. And if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Ambassador, Belgium is still known for compromising solutions, not only in its own country or in Europe, but also in the context of the United Nations. So I think this is an important skill, a very important skill that we need to learn, that we need to practice. So that's one. And then secondly, without achieving the other goals, I think peace will be very difficult. It's interactive. It's linked with each other. Countries with a lot of poverty will always fear a possible civil war, because people will protest, and rightly they are. Therefore, this agenda is, of course, a governmental agenda also. This should be on top of each city, community, local authority, region, province, etc., etc. So, and that's why we do our job, to do this.
Thanks so much, Peter. So do remember what I mentioned in my opening remarks. peace is not just absence of war, but is also the fulfillment of equal rights, equal treatment. So, Robert, do you have one comment, very slow, 1, 2 seconds? No, not the time. So, a second question, last question and comment. Yes, please, very short.
Thank you. My name is Chiza Elia, and my question goes to the first speaker also. My colleague has just raised the question that was knocking my head, and in your speech you said SDGs, they have that aspect of social and general inclusion, making sure that nobody is left behind in terms of development. And so when you connect it with the issue of wars in different countries, how do you make sure that nobody will be left behind? And you also said that some countries are trying to make sure they get they complete Millennium Development Goals. They have not already entered into SDGs. So don't you think we have already left them behind? How are you? Maybe that's why I'm asking this, because I think I'm right. I'm asking the right person. How are you going to connect that gap to, link that gap and nobody's left there behind? Thank you.
Thank you. So, Peter, you probably you are not able definitely, but not willing to respond during hours on this issue. Can you please in 30 seconds?
30 seconds, that's difficult, but you are fully right. So what happened in 2012, more or less, based on latest reports, it was foreseen that some of the Millennium Development Goals should be not achieved by 2015. So, and therefore a process, an international process started how to deal with that, how to deal with the fact that some of the goals will not be achieved. And therefore there was that initiative of Colombia to say we need to continue, because there was one line to say we just need to continue with the Millennium Development Goals, just 5 to 10 years more. But there was a second line saying, yeah, but is this current agenda not a little bit outdated in between? For example, from an ecological perspective, from a peace perspective. And therefore the 6 SDGs, the 6 SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, in this new agenda are coming from the Millennium Development Goals. Those 6 topics were not achieved in the former agenda, but were included in this new agenda with new ambition levels, very important, new ambition levels. And secondly, with adding new topics, for example, the care of oceans. This is globally a very new topic on the international scene of dealing with ecological topics. We had climate change, we had biodiversity, etc. But the care for oceans, we have now had an ocean conference. This is a new topic. And I think, okay, this text, of course, is a visionary text. It's a moral text, a moral guideline for leaders in politics, for leaders in universities and university colleges, for leaders at the level of primary schools. It's a guiding text. And indeed, the ambition levels are high, and that means that it's possible you don't reach them. So I think within now and 2 years, the new process will start how to deal with the fact that, for example, some of those SDGs will not be achieved also. And how to strengthen governance systems locally, nationally and internationally to arrive at a certain ambition level. And we saw last 20, 30 years, poverty alleviation went in the very good direction. So there were topics, maternal leaves, etc. There were topics that were doing very, very good, but indeed, wars, COVID, also for Europe, European countries, COVID was a backlash for the SDGs. We will see this in the numbers for this year and next year. We see this. But in my opinion, to have a text with a very important ambition level that is agreed upon by all countries, to say you need to be accountable also for your country like we are in our country, that is the biggest win-win, in my opinion, of this text. We need to debate on this. And to close this, so in July, every year in July, the countries come together in New York at the United Nations to interact with each other, and more than that, to be stakeholders from each other. For example, Belgium this year will present in New York for the second time its what is called National Voluntary Report, the report on the situation of the SDGs in Belgium. A lot of SDGs are not good, climate, responsible consumption, production, etc. But that is what happens, and then they need to present it to the world community, and people can ask questions and debate on this. And every year, more or less 40 countries in the world are doing this every year. I need to be honest, I didn't check for Rwanda. I don't know whether our ambassador of Belgium knows when Rwanda did already a voluntary national review, or I didn't double check. So, but normally you did already at least once, because we are 6 years and there is a sort of check. Where are we now in each country, and how we can push more to do more in each country.
Yeah, I referred also this morning during the debate with our 5 panel members that according to monitoring data, the countries of Sub-Sahara will not fulfill universal completion of secondary education than after 2100, not 2030, 2050, 2080, but after 2100. So that is dramatic. So there's a sense of urgency indeed. There are still other questions, but no time, unfortunately. One of the questions is, how about COVID-19 effects on sustainability? Again, there we should refer to the learning loss, the education crisis, besides so many other crises. So, but we should focus on that item, indeed. Relevant question, Madam, but let us pick it up tomorrow morning in one of the other SDSN panels. Well, we are honored, we are really privileged, Mr. Vice Chancellor of this university, of this highly appreciated university, that you are here. We had a quite interesting, a little bit overbooked fully program this afternoon, also this morning. I don't know if you had the chance to walk through the program of today, of the Congress of the University of Rwanda, cooperation with SDSN Grand Lac, Great Lakes, and SDSN Belgium. Very ambitious program on the most relevant issues on sustainability and the role of education, all levels concerned, and on the interconnectivity of all those goals, including the impact of education on the fulfillment of all other goals. So happy that you made it to be here. We are quite happy that also next days we will fulfill those conferences with the University of Rwanda and SDSN. And at the very last moment of this first day, we have this award ceremony on CIFAL, on SDGs, and I would love to give Peter again the mic, but inviting perhaps also the Vice Chancellor, if that would be an option, to raise some final comments at the very end of this first day, if you don't mind, if that is an option. Peter, where are you? Could you run now to the forefront? And we also will invite the ambassador, Belgian ambassador, to raise a few words after Peter will be the master of ceremony. We had one. Where is the master of ceremony in this auditorium? I guess he will also run on his term, but perhaps Peter, could you be the master of ceremony for this award?
Can invite the people that need to. Okay, please, for those who are invited for the last panel of today, we have the seats ready. So the ambassador, the representative of the university, Robert. Please join us here in front of the panel. Yeah. Didn't have a list. Are there other people that should come? No? Okay. Yeah. Okay. You have a microphone also here. Okay. So to close today, the first day of this conference, indeed, I've mentioned it already during my introduction. Tomorrow is a big day for this region because the social enterprise Ruti Group, and Robert did the introduction on what is Ruti Group and what are the priorities of the work today and for tomorrow, will become the first SDG pioneer certified by UNITAR. It's important to mention this is a training certificate. So that means we went through a program of almost 3 years, 2.5 years, with a key group, a task force group of the school. I don't know whether Pamphil is still here in the room. Yeah. So maybe Pamphil also, please join us, because he is the director of the school and he was the organizer of the task force that Robert mentioned. And that is important to understand or to know. So I've mentioned in my presentation, we developed a program of 6 to 7 years, in 3 phases of ambition. The first ambition is pioneer, is organizing internally sustainability in the organization. The second step is being champion. That means you have a check done with the local community how to interact on sustainability, not only in your organization, but also towards the rest of the region. And thirdly, the third step, the most ambitious one, is the case, in this case of Ruti Group and the École de Bomberger, strong enough to be presented on an international podium. So we will bring the first SDG ambassadors, the very first, maybe 4, maybe 3, at the end of this year to Geneva, to the Palais des Nations, to present their case for an international audience, because that's the challenge. We think that if sustainability is introduced in the organization in a strategic, holistic way, the case of Kigali here can stand the criticism of Shanghai, of New York, of Brussels, and my city, Antwerp, because that's the challenge. That's the challenge. So we've went through a process. I really had hoped to be earlier here in Kigali, but COVID decided otherwise. So that means, and chapeau, that means that the whole process was online, with a lot of online meetings with the task force. Luckily, we had also some meetings in Geneva and Brussels, because Robert and his wife are also partly living in Europe. And so we could continue the work that is done here. So first of all, congratulations, of course, for this social enterprise
And I need to be honest, the very, very official awarding is tomorrow at the school itself, and tomorrow at noon. But we wanted to make a closing moment here to introduce already this fantastic exposure. So maybe, first of all, some feedback on what you've heard from the story of Robert. Maybe I start from an academic perspective, because we do this also with higher education institutions. It's tough. It's a complex world. Education world is complex. And professors can be rather tough also to work together beyond the pillars of different faculties and departments, etc., because you need to work together, of course. But how do you look at this sort of process, and could it be possible that also a university here starts this? It's a quest, it's really a quest, it's a process, it's a trajectory on embedding more sustainability than it is today? Or do we say, okay, we are not doing that bad when it's about ecological or social sustainability? Some first reflections. Normally the microphone is working, I think. Yeah, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I want to say, first of all, good evening to you all, and my apologies, I couldn't make it earlier due to some other commitments. We have, I hope my colleague told that to you, that we had 2 parallel international conferences, so we had to divide ourselves amongst the 2, and after that I had other commitments as well, but I thank God that I've made it finally. And if I knew that I would be invited to the panel, maybe I would have dodged a little bit before. Yeah, but I benefited, though the smaller part of it, as we were concluding, and I was so happy to follow you as you are responding to some of the questions regarding to the sustainability, what is expected of each and every one of us. I had my questions I would put to you, but now you've come first. I have to take yours. Yes, the universities, just like ours, would wish to participate into the assessment of the sustainability or commitment to that. But again, I must confess that, universities, I think it will be extremely hard for us as universities, because almost on a daily basis we are under assessments. Even last week I was getting assessed through one of the centers of excellence that we have here, and being assessed from a completely different context. I always use that word, and I like it because it is hard. Let me relate it to what you said. Like in July, the Kingdom of Belgium will be in New York presenting its own assessment and defending its case. But I believe that even though we are in the same world, but the way Belgium will be assessing itself would completely look different from the way if Rwanda was to be there, and it did. I saw we did our national assessment in 2019, I think. I'm sure the assessment would be completely different. What will preoccupy the Kingdom of Belgium might not necessarily be the same that would preoccupy us, because if it is fighting poverty, we are at different levels of poverty, if they do have, if they do belong to any levels of poverty. The same applies to universities. Whereas we would be willing, and we always do, to get involved into such assessments, it would still be hard for us because, as I said, we are always under different assessments. Committing to this is another kind of investment, and it would consume more of the time when we have different levels of assessment that are ordinarily for academic purposes, not for these other social commitments. Mm-hmm. And so, even though we would be willing, but we would really, I have to be honest to you, it would be hard for us to commit wholly to that, because there are so many other preoccupations, standards to be met, If you meet this, as I was saying last week, we are being assessed. Just one of the centers of excellence that we have here, the one for, and of course it also carries the good name, Sustainable Energy, was being assessed by our peers from Germany. And of course, they were saying it themselves that German standards are so high, but we want to get there. So we invited them to come and assess us so that we qualify to that standard. Putting it all together for the university to get assessed as a whole, I hope someone maybe have taken you through. We are a university of not so big to the standards of other universities, but to Rwandan standards, it's relatively big. 31,000 students population, over close to 11 training campuses, are all grouped into 6 colleges, soon will be 7 colleges. Each of those colleges having different centers of excellences that are being always assessed to meet the standards of their peers elsewhere. Now gathering all that together and saying we now commit to being assessed for sustainability in general, I think that would come last if we were to. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for your very open feedback. Of course, in my presentation, I focused today in the short presentation on the responsibilities we have, but this agenda is also an agenda of opportunities, even of business opportunities. We will need a lot of new products, new services, locally and internationally, to indeed achieve this level of ambition of sustainable development. And I think the example you give of an excellence center specialized in renewable energy, for example, could also, of course, be an opportunity for not only the university, but also for local companies and even for the country as a whole. So I think, indeed, I fully understand that it's a tough check, but at the same time, we believe when those elements are integrated in a management system as a whole, that if it's done in a strategic way, it strengthens the organization. Because my statement is always, when sustainability is not strengthening you as institution, as organization, it's the wrong road you are taking towards sustainability. Sustainability means surviving also in the long run, financially, means socially, ecologically. So, of course, the first steps are always tough to take. You need to have, that was the same on the level of the school, Le Bon Berger. You need to start with we call it a group of the willing. That's normally in higher education institutions, not only in Europe, but also in other CFAL centers, we start with the coalition of the willing, which professors, which students are willing to start with a pilot project and learn from that pilot project to institutionalize this on within the board, within the management team, etc., etc. But I fully understand, I fully agree that this is challenging. But for example, could you give maybe one or two other examples of centers of excellence that are dealing with topics of the SDG agenda where you can see this can be an opportunity for the university, not only for the internal community of the university, but even towards the society? Like renewable energy, it's a very good topic, of course.
Like, I should say, generally, first of all, our education programs, just like also our centers of excellence, are we all strive to align them to let me say, two main objectives. Meeting, first of all, the national strategic programs, I mean, the National Strategic Strategy for Transformation, we call it NST1. Of course, initially we were talking about much and about the Vision 2020, which itself, as you know, even the SDGs, Rwanda was one of those that were contributing a lot, I should say, among the architects of that having successfully tried our best in meeting the MDGs. And always, even our development agenda, national development agenda, is always aligned to that. So every time, even in our local curriculums at the universities, especially with the University of Rwanda, when we are designing our curriculum, they are always designed as in accordance to responding to both SDGs, but also to the National Strategy for Transformation agenda. But also, even the centers of excellence, all of them, like if I talk about, we've talked about the Center for Renewable Energy, Sustainable and Renewable Energy. We have the Center for Internet of Things, the Center for Cooling and Cold Chain, which is also fitting with the SDGs. We have the one for vaccines manufacturing and supply chain management. We have the one for e-health, and I mean, they are all designed in a way that they have to. And by the way, I should make it known that most of these ones are continental centers of excellence. And one of the ways, I mean, the criteria that were based on, even for us to win for those continental centers of excellence, depended on what their contributions shall be in responding to SDGs. I mean, those themes of SDG, or even looking at your national strategies, how those centers will be contributing to that. So it is not something alien. We always bid for the curriculum development, different programs, but also all those centers of excellence are structured in a way that they have to come up in response to, or in contribution to whatever, I mean, to those SDG programs. So it's, we always have to look at and assess ourselves. Actually, we now have a project underway which is going to be assessing not only for the training programs, but also for all the research projects we've been having at the university for the last 15 years, looking at how they've been responding to our national strategies, but also to SDGs, or even look backward and look at MDGs.
Okay.
Those are the research projects that we've embarked on at the university level, all looked at together. How have they been responding to those SDGs? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very clear for this reflection. I go to our Belgian ambassador. Thank you so much to be with us again, Bert. So you were the director of the unit of United Nations in the Belgian Foreign Affairs Ministry before you came here as ambassador. I've received some very challenging questions just before this panel debate. Can you also give your reflection on that, knowing that you also were following the Security Council, etc., etc.? And then secondly, your experiences in Rwanda, Belgium, and the SDGs. What are some reflections from your side after 1.5 years, I've understood, here in Rwanda? Please.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, Peter. I also had not planned on speaking, so this is the P for surprise, as you say. But life is about learning, and I do have the pleasant job of learning every day. This morning when I arrived here, I had not, for instance, heard the expression. I've been thinking about it all day. La science sans conscience n'est que ruine de l'âme. I had not heard it, and I don't think I have fully digested it. I'll keep thinking about it. And in the same vein, I watched your presentation, Peter, and you know, I was UN director, as you say. I could have benefited from the presentation on the SDGs before I took up that job. In particular, the sort of the link on where do we go from MDGs to SDGs? What happened? What did we add? What changed? I found that was very, very interesting. At one point, I thought that your own program had been negotiated by diplomats, because you have this categorization of you know, pioneers, champions, and then ambassadors. I thought only diplomats can come up with this, to put ambassadors above champions. But I think we should rather say, I mean, give credit where credit is due, and credit is due very much, I think, to the university represented here by the Vice Chancellor for having organized this event, but also by the Ruti group, and we will visit tomorrow and then hand over the certificate. And I've learned that I should go at least twice, once during the rainy season and then during the dry season, to see if this irrigation system really works. Sustainability, and what have I learned in 1.5 years here? I mean, obviously, I think this is something that preoccupies very much Rwanda because of its geographical position. It is also rather vulnerable to the impact of climate change, and it's one of the very considerable injustices and inequalities in the world that countries that have not contributed a lot to this climate change are actually undergoing much of the impact of climate change. Rwanda itself is very active in this field. For instance, working together with Norway, I think, is of a global ban on plastics, where they have really taken the lead in multilateral fora. And from my point of view, I'm here as a bilateral ambassador, but I'm also always looking for opportunities where we can cooperate with Rwanda in multilateral fora. And this is one, in fact. This very forward-leaning position on environmental issues, biodiversity, etc., is one where certainly as the EU we can probably do more with Rwanda, because we're very like-minded on it. And Rwandans, like Belgians, like to talk about the weather, and the weather is changing. The rainy season is not as stable as it used to be, things like that. In terms of Peace Security Council, I mean, Belgium was 2 years on the Security Council, and that was my job when I was back in Brussels. I think this is, peace is something like sustainability is the responsibility of all. We all have to keep working for it, but we also have to realize that, you know, conflict is also part of human nature, so it remains a far aspiration, but that should certainly not stop us from continuing to work in that direction. And in fact, tomorrow the Security Council will be speaking about the Great Lakes region. I think the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Rwanda is currently in New York, and he will take part in that debate. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ambassador Dierbert. Robert, you took the floor already, so if I go to Pamphile, your director in l'école de Bomberger. Pamphile, first of all, congratulations, although it's only tomorrow, and I really want to see the school tomorrow in real life and not only through the lens of internet, like the last 2 years. Please, if you feel more comfortable to answer in French, please do so. I know there is a generation shift in this country. So only 2 simple questions. The first one is, what was the most difficult thing in the startup phase or in the process to work with the SDGs? And then secondly, one element already to have a tip of the possibilities, one element of what changed through the last 2-3 years by working with the SDGs. The floor is yours. Normally your microphone will work also. I think so. Yeah.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your congratulations. And as you allowed me to express myself in French, so I'm going to use French, okay. Because I speak easily French than English. Okay.
Oh, okay. Please do.
Ok, merci beaucoup. C'est aussi une chance parce que vous aussi vous parlez français. C'est un plaisir pour nous, d'abord d'avoir l'honneur d'être ici. Pour une cérémonie aussi grandiose qui parle des objectifs du développement durable. Depuis le matin, on a entendu parler de ça on ne peut pas bien vivre ici sur Terre, dans cette planète, si on ne fait pas référence ou alors si on ne s'attache pas aux 17 objectifs du développement durable. Je me dis, à mon avis, c'est tout ce qui régit toute la vie, hein, que ce soit l'aspect politique, économique, social et tout consort. Voilà, disons, ça a été aussi une chance pour nous de suivre cette grande formation à partir de votre institution CIFAL. Nous avons appris beaucoup de choses. Et comme la question était quelles sont les difficultés que nous avons rencontrées ou auxquelles on avait fait face, vous savez, les notions sur le développement durable, ce sont des notions qui ne sont pas répandues un peu partout. Il y a beaucoup de gens qui restent dans l'ignorance à propos de ces objectifs. Et surtout dans le domaine scolaire, on en parle peu. Même quand on en parle, c'est sous forme de notions transversales. Il n'y a pas une leçon appropriée pour ça. Ce qui fait que pour nous aussi, ça a été un peu difficile parce que les objectifs pour le développement durable et les ODD, comme on dit en sigle, ils sont complexes. Ils sont complexes et la mise en application n'est pas facile dans un premier temps. Mais heureusement, parmi ces 17 objectifs sur le développement durable, il y a un qui est central, c'est l'éducation de la qualité de l'éducation, ou alors l'éducation qui vise la qualité. Ça, pour nous, c'est notre chose. Depuis longtemps, on avait affaire avec ça. Donc, il nous a été facile d'implémenter, de mettre en pratique d'abord cet objectif numéro 4. Et comme vous le savez et vous l'avez entendu aujourd'hui, tous les autres objectifs gravitent autour de cet objectif numéro 4. Voilà. Donc, pour que d'abord notre staff, nos enseignants, notre corps enseignant soit implémenté de ces objectifs, il nous a fallu faire des formations, des auto-formations à partir de CIFAL, mais aussi nous avons organisé ça au niveau de notre école. Comme on apprend tout le long de la vie, nous avons essayé d'apprendre et nous continuons à apprendre. Et aujourd'hui, nous arrivons à un niveau, je dirais, satisfaisant. Voilà. Une fois le corps enseignant imprégné de ces objectifs, qu'est-ce qu'on a fait? On s'est dit, il faut aussi qu'on inculque cela au sein de nos enfants. Et nous avons opté, au lieu que ces objectifs du développement durable soient pour nous comme des leçons transversales, nous avons opté pour en faire une leçon. Dans un premier temps, on a choisi une séance par semaine. Donc nos enfants, à partir de la première année primaire jusqu'au niveau de 5e année primaire, ils ont un cours sur l'éducation du développement durable. Et Dieu merci, c'est un cours qu'ils aiment bien. Et non seulement ils font la théorie, mais aussi maintenant nous arrivons au stade où nous appliquons cela réellement dans la vie. On a choisi quelques objectifs clés parce qu'on ne peut pas tout embrasser. Et je vous dis, ça roule, ça marche très bien. Les enfants s'attellent à combattre à leur niveau la pauvreté, combattre à leur niveau la faim. Bien entendu, en aidant les autres, ceux qui sont dans le besoin. Donc, les personnes qui sont nécessiteuses, nos enfants, ils ont développé cet esprit de leur aller au secours, de les aider pour qu'ils puissent un peu soulager leur misère concernant la faim et autre chose. Il n'y a pas que ça. Parmi les 17, ils ont choisi un thème qui leur est cher. Ça signifie lutter contre le changement climatique. Et pour cela, ils ont pris l'initiative eux-mêmes de planter bien entendu avec la collaboration locale des autorités locales. À l'heure qu'il est, nous avons déjà planté 100 d'arbres que les enfants eux-mêmes apportent, qu'ils plantent et ils entretiennent ces arbres pour que ça pousse très bien. Et il y a tant et tant d'autres points sur lesquels nous focalisons notre attention et nous espérons aller toujours de l'avant. Merci.
Merci, oui, applaus, applaudis, merci Pamphile pour le témoignage. Dank u wel, merci. Voilà, pour finir, okay, I need to go further in English, sorry. To close, I have here the first elements of the report of the jury, because indeed you only can become UNITAR certified through the process of a jury. So how do we work? The organization uses a PowerPoint template, more or less 30 to 40 slides. And step by step, we add new elements to the topics in the slides. So it starts with the vision of the organization, the mission of the organization, which are the values of the organization, which are ambitions of the organization, in this case, Ruti Group and the school. Then, which are important actions from an ecological perspective, a social perspective, from a peace perspective, etc. And little by little, we construct together in dialogue a PowerPoint presentation so that the result of the process at the end is not only paperwork, but that you have slides that you can use internally towards your own people and externally to bring your story towards the world. So that's the way we work. And then there is indeed a checklist and a jury that looks at how embedded is sustainability in the work of Ruti Group. Do you work on the easy topics? Yes, all organizations work on the easy topics, the quick wins. But also, do you try to define the tough, one or two tough topics? Financing, the whole idea of a school and a social enterprise is a tough topic. How can we be also sustainable from a financial perspective? Very important, from a governance perspective. And then also the link with, indeed, the main target group, the children themselves. Because why are we school? That's to teach the children. And so I'm so glad that at the end of the process, also this link through the task force and through the group of teachers was made towards the curricula of the children themselves. So I will only mention 2-3 things because, as I said already, the official awarding ceremony is tomorrow. But from the jury perspective, they really appreciated the efforts that were done to continue through Corona, through COVID. We all have had the impact of Corona, and certainly from a teaching perspective and from an implementation perspective, we had foreseen to meet each other and to work in workshop physically here and in Belgium. We had done it all online with sessions of 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours to teach each other, to know each other. And there was a perseverance of the group. Yes, we will continue, although it's very tough, even when the school was closed. So it was a real challenge. And in the meantime, we worked on what we call the action plan. Which actions can we elaborate? And also the tough exercise to formulate ambitions that are indeed ambitious enough, but at the same time also realistic enough to be implemented the next coming years. And certainly also the difficult exercise of formulating actions in a smart way. Smart, that means that they are measurable, that you can evaluate them, that they also are realistic at the same time. And we know, even for bigger companies in Western Europe, this is a challenge for all management teams to set targets, KPIs, and to define elements that can be evaluated afterwards. It's tough. You need to learn this. It's a skill to learn. And so we are very glad that not only the social part that was already in the DNA of the school, there were very important social principles in the school, that indeed also the ecological elements became more important, and that even the children choose themselves for the idea of climate change. I think this is in line with what we experience also internationally, that the younger generations are more sensitive for this topic than, for example, my generation or our generation. I'm coming from a Cold War situation in Europe. So the big topic when I was student was the nuclear war between USSR and USA. That was the main driver of societal action in the 80s. So now the driver of societal action in this era is the ecological one. And this is a very important thing for the jury. And indeed, we hope tomorrow not only to see it in pictures and through the lens of our computer, but to visit the site, to go to the site really, and to be there with the teachers and with the children and the school. I've brought for the picture, just to have a simple picture, replica without the frame of the certificate. So it's also mentioned, or also it was also visible on the screen. So I propose that we have a photographer here nearby, that together with also the other colleagues of Ruti Group that are sitting here in front of us, that we make a little picture here in front of the conference banner to close this first day of the conference. Another thank you very much and congratulations with the first SDG Pioneer Championship. Maybe we can come in front here. Ah, sorry. Okay. We for reasons of the picture, etc., we stay on the podium for the certificate. Is it possible also the rest of the group of Ruti Group, please join us? You've all worked very hard. Okay. So, indeed, here, and then the other members of Ruti Group. It's a replica, it's not the official one yet, it's for tomorrow. Congratulations!
Thank you. Now, we have received some, text that even the rest of the group, they want a group photo with VC and ambassador. So please come here for a group photo for everyone. Yes, please, welcome. Come for a group photo, everyone. Everyone is invited for this group photo. maybe the they can sit down and then the rest can stand, behind them. Yes. Please have a seat, Vice Chancellor, Ambassador, and Moderator. But the photographer is saying that if we can all come here down, it is going to be a nice photo. Yes, that's the instruction of the photographer. Yes, he's the professional photographer. So, yes. Oh, okay. Good. Thank you. So, for today, we are now closing today's session, but I have one quick announcement. Please, one announcement. Now, the university Vice Chancellor is inviting all of us to a dinner, and the dinner is not here at this place, but we are now going to have our dinner at Selena Hotel. So yes, the Selena Hotel is next to this venue. It's a walking distance. You don't need to go by car. You can simply walk from this gate, and then the Serena Hotel is next door. So there will be protocol team to guide you to the dinner venue. And we are still waiting some other groups to, as they are closing. Okay, they are telling me that they have also closed. So everyone, let's go to the dinner at Selena Hotel. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow. For those who don't yet have their badges, please check with the protocol. They are giving you your badges. Thank you so much. Tomorrow's program, the registration starts as usual at 8, but the program starts at 9 sharp. 9 sharp. Please be there on time. Thank you. This is